Good morning. It is Game On here at the Modus Super Series on Wednesday, where we will find out who will be the first through to finals night on Saturday night. There is one man leading the way, and before we get into the detail of what's happened this week, here's a quick reminder of some of yesterday's highlights.
Well, it's on. That's tricky now. Can he find a way through that second dart? The right-hand side of that dart. What a dart for the match. Scott Taylor needs a treble 18. He's decided to stay that for the lesser spot. A double 17.
Scott Taylor.
What a finish.
Played very well in Group B. For Van Velden, that is probably going to be the task on Wednesday. But for Ursula, the task was the 1-1-3, and he's up to that task. And expect a reaction. Expect a chain reaction. Double 18 to win it in sumptuous style. Magnificent for Marvin Van Velden. But this is to complete the card. 5 for 5. Kurt Parry. A perfect Tuesday for Kurt Parry.
Yeah, perfection from Parry on Tuesday yesterday. Glenn Durrant was here watching all the action. Glenn said there, one man leading the way, and he really has stood out in what should have been a really difficult group to navigate.
Yeah, absolutely. We said that maybe 20 points might be enough, and legs difference could be, but he's so impressive, and he's impressed from dart one, and to go 5 from 5 in this type of group is very highly commended. I mean, his scoring power is exceptional. You know, but even when it comes down to the double, even when it's high pressured, and he's hit that double 5 a couple of times as well, he's a deserved leader.
So good to watch as well, isn't he? The throw is so easy on the eye.
I have this real geeky obsession now with throws, and you know, I'm a big fan of the Bo Greaves throw, but I've been taken aback this week. It's Rolls Royce, it's perfect. It's Adrian Lewis.
We've seen Scott Taylor in a few different lights, shall we say, so far this week. We've seen that sort of pumped up anger, but also some brilliance at times. A 107 average at one point yesterday.
Yeah, after his first game yesterday, we were talking about him being in 5th place, and it just didn't look right. On Monday, he was attempting to punch the board every time. The anger was just really spilling over. And then he came up against Anton Uslan, and I mean, look at those stats. That's what he can do. That's why he's a champion. And he kicked on from that 107 average as well. He won his next 4 games after that. He's been mightily impressive.
He's a former champion, of course, the reigning champion, back to defend his crown, Marvin Van Velden. What have you made of him?
I'm quite glad it's gone this way for him, because he's just riding a crest of a wave at the moment. Everything is just so simple for him. He's had 106 average himself. He's producing finishes like that against Jim McEwen. It's only been spells of brilliance from him. So now it's about character. It's how does he respond from that? And it might be plan B now, an attack on Group B, an attack on Group C. So it's just a little reminder that this game can come back and bite you on the bottom. It'd be interesting to see how he responds the rest of the week.
And the most interesting race today might be that battle for Group B. Remember, the 3rd place goes into Group B, 4th place falls into Group C, and Marvin Van Velden and Jim McEwen are tied on the same number of points. Do you see that being the key battle, or do you think there is a way that Scott Taylor can catch Kurt Parry?
I think so. There's often a twist and turn at the Modus Super Series on a Wednesday, and he fell over the winning line yesterday, Jim McEwen. He was the one player who left here and thinking, I'm glad that's over. So again, it'd be interesting to see how he responds. Every game will feel like the biggest game. It's been a highly competitive and very impressive. I mean, Kurt Parry's averaging over 92 over 2 days. The lowest player, David Mills, averaging over 80, 81. It's been full of quality. I'm sure there'll be more twists and turns. A deserved leader, yeah, but look out for that 3rd place.
Well, the bookies think that 1st place is done and dusted. Dead cert, Kurt Parry, 1 to 10 to win the group now with that 4-point advantage. Scott Taylor, the next most likely, and 2 big outsiders in Marvin Van Velden and Jim McEwen. Only 4 players can mathematically win the group. It just shows how dominant Kurt has been.
Yeah, and the timetable, I think, worked for him today. He's got David Mill, so he can really open up the 6-point gap. And then there's that period that you have in the players area when you can start strategizing. Not that I think he's the type of player to do that. I think he just knows he's the best player this week so far. But we've seen it a million times. You're brilliant in Group A. It'll be interesting if he does top the group, what he does over the next few days. And then Saturday's another night. But a deserved leader, I don't see him having any problems.
Please remember, if you are going to have a flutter on the Modus Super Series, gamble responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org. Right, the opening match is about to get underway. It's that top against bottom encounter between Parry and Mail. And I had a catch up with Kurt this morning. Kurt, good week so far. How would you reflect on how things have gone for you?
Yeah, see, that's all that matters is winning, really. And I have been, so yeah, it's all positives. I haven't felt great all the way through every game. Yesterday was a weird day. Didn't feel comfortable, really, but still won my game, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, you actually had a better return for results yesterday, so that's a little bit strange, isn't it, that it goes that way sometimes?
Yeah, definitely, but you just take it as it comes, I suppose.
Yeah, it's 8 on the spin now, so do you feel that you are building up a bit of momentum, maybe even a bit of fear factor from your opponents?
I don't know. The thing is, there's such a good quality in that room. It could change today, it could be completely different, and I could come away with nothing today, but hopefully not. Hopefully it carries on, but nah, they're all too good to even start being worried.
With that in mind then, how important is it to get the job done today? Because if you were to drop into Group B, that would be equally tough.
Yeah, it's really tough group. Yeah, of course, I don't want to play in it, but if I got to, that's the way it is, and we'll just see how it goes.
Where's the game at the moment in general? What are your sort of hopes and ambitions going forward?
Going to Q School in January. And nothing after that, really. It's more see what happens there. Build to try and get my tour card, obviously. So I'd love to play on the tour, but I know how tough it is. I've been there a couple of times and not done the job. So, yeah, it's just see how it goes there and then plan after.
If you were to win this group and indeed go on to win on Saturday night, how big would that be for your confidence?
Yeah, it'd be massive, not just in this group, but all the way through the next 2 groups as well. There's so much quality there, and to win this week would be fantastic. And to have a chance to play Champions League would be nice. But again, we'll see how it goes.
Maybe a step towards it today. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So here we go. Kurt Parry begins his bid to get himself through to that Saturday session, and he will be a much feared contender at finals night should he do it. If he wins this match, the Welshman will pull 6 points clear of his closest and potentially only rival really in this group, Scott Taylor, who's on 14 points. Parry on 18. That's a full 16 clear of David Mail, the debutant, who won a game on his debut day but had the opposite outcome to his opponent here yesterday. Parry winning all 5, Mail losing all 5, and he now begins his sort of free practice day for Group C on Thursday and Friday. Jack Garwood, the referee for this one.
First leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
He calls game on, and myself and Glenn Durrant will guide you through 15 fixtures.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And you would think,
59.
listen to all them statistics there from Chris, that it's going to be a one-sided affair, but in the penultimate game of yesterday, it did go to a decider, a match that David Mail was leading 3-2 in that game. We talked an awful lot about when top meet bottom. It's often a case where a surprising result can happen.
43.
I've really enjoyed the performances of David Mail on debut, despite the fact he's only won 1 game. I like him.
95.
I think he's got good attributes. He's not sulking. I think he's learning on the job. He's just walked into one of the toughest Group A's.
100.
The returning champion, proven winners, series winners. And if I could just grab him to one side and say, no matter what happens, you're learning on the job, and Group C could be a
39.
different proposition.
The victory for Mail came in his second game on the Super Series stage,
99.
beating Anton Ersland, but he's now actually got the polar opposite record to Parry. Mentioned yesterday that they had a lost 5 and
100.
won 5 head-to-head. Well, it's actually 8 straight wins for Kurt Parry and 8 straight defeats for David Mail.
Yes, and the only thing I can sort of use a parallel, I know what it's like to
100.
lose 8 on the spin on that stage, but he looks a little bit different to what I did. He looks like he's still enjoying. This is a dream for him to play, come through a really
85.
tough qualification
Kurt, you require
process.
100.
And let's not forget that he did miss match darts in this fixture yesterday. Could have been the only
Excellent
one he won,
first
but
leg,
Parry
Kurt
wins the
Parry.
opening leg of this one with a nice, neat ton out. And Kurt assumes
Second leg,
control
it's David to
immediately.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, a lot of respect
on a lot of the social media platforms. I was looking for the throw of Kurt Parry.
81.
So without the fear of sort of repeating ourselves there, we're such a fan. This prestigious talent who represented his country as a boy around about 2010 and became a real top player in the development tour, even winning one in 2013. But like many, many players, everyone's got their
58.
own story. He had to put darts on the back burner as he became a father and a young family. But he is off to Q school this year.
60.
And what I've seen this week, he has all the ingredients, all the fundamentals to be a success still.
60.
This is poetry in motion. Just that, if you ever want to know how to throw a dart, that's as good for me as it gets.
And you're an esteemed coach these days, Glenn. Is that something you can't really coach? Is that just pure natural talent?
Well, you can coach it, but then it doesn't become natural, and then it becomes almost a process. And when you have a process, you can start thinking about, am I stood right? Is my elbow in the position? Is my follow-through right? So I think we're blessed with a really good grip. I think we're blessed with a really good throw. And if you want to manufacture a throw to throw a dart like that, it can get its own difficulties. So be as natural as you can.
60.
Well, Mail in good shape in leg 2.
87.
Interesting to hear from Kurt in that interview saying he's not really happy with how he's played. It makes you wonder how good he must be in practice.
90. David, you require 72.
I'll maybe answer that in the next leg as we come to the conclusion of this one. So 57 points left. He does have that lateral drift into the 5s and 1s.
52.
And when he's had the opportunity, he has been
91.
outscored this week, David. Treble 19 needed.
39. David, you require
It is a bit
20.
of an off leg, this one, for Parry. You won't be happy with it. 21 darts thrown, not any of them at a double yet. But he should get 2 at double now.
No score. Kurt, you require 52.
Yeah, sometimes that belief can be sucked out of you when you've lost those 8 on the spin. So David just needs to be careful. You don't often see mistakes this week from Kurt Parry,
32.
but David Mill will be
David,
back.
you require 20.
This must go.
No score.
And it doesn't go, and
Kurt,
the
you
head
require
goes down.
20.
I think he knows what's coming next.
Gabe Shaughner's second leg, Kurt Parry.
Yeah, and the shake of the head there from Kurt as well. He just needs to remain professional.
Third
I
leg,
think
it's Kurt to throw first. Game
the
on.
order of play has worked really, really nicely for Kurt. He can get out. He can put himself 6 points ahead, then start
83.
planning. Here's a tap because his next game, Jim McEwen, the big games will come after this. But with that 6 point lead, you feel it's all but done and dusted.
60. $140. $140. $100.
It's quite a loose lob, isn't it, from
97.
David Mail? You mentioned lateral drift in the previous leg. I think maybe sometimes doesn't have quite the
100.
force that Kurt Parry does when he throws his dart.
I think it has a lot of Fallon Sherrick in that throw. Also the shape of the barrel of the darts as well. But there's an awful lot of movement.
Kurt, you
And when you have
require
movement,
78.
that movement's got to be the same each time as Parry looks a big 20. For a combination 78 finish,
Game Shaughner,
that's
third
what he's
leg,
done for
Kurt
3
Parry.
days on the spin. That's why he's top of the table. And he's a leg away from going 6 points clear.
Well, that was a
Fourth
complete
leg,
contrast
it's
to the
David to
previous
throw
leg, done in
first.
almost half the
Game
time.
on.
But it does now allow time for us to return to that point, Glenn, when I said about how good he might be in practice.
42.
Looking at his ADC stuff, his words to me on Monday was he's not averaging over 90 enough. Well,
99.
I think what we're seeing this week, it's more the question should be, I'm not averaging over 100 enough. So I think that was a little bit of bravado that I don't feel I'm playing very well. I think he's playing excellently
66.
well. I think an awful lot of beliefs coming into his game just at the right time of the year as well. If he can get to Champions Week, if he can build a head of steam ready for Q School as well. So I think that might have been just a little something to the other players that there's still more to come. But if you look at his stats right now, he's right on blob.
Well, it's a good point, actually, because darts matches aren't always won on the hockey, are they? Sometimes they're won in the mind. And I think the greatest ever to throw a dart was also the greatest with those kind of games. Phil Taylor would often do down his own game, praise up his opponent. He'd have little things to say, almost to a
95.
And when I say it, it's because he was doing it on purpose, almost to a patronising level. Cracking little player, that kind of thing.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. So many games are won in that player's area as well, and it's a 9 out of 10 performance for me this week. It could be 9 wins on the spin here for Parry. He's racing away here to victory. He's been professional.
36.
And it's another one, Glenn, where we may look at the average at the end and go, is that it? Because it's only just over 81. Hang on a minute. I'm not going to take out the big one.
100.
Spreads the ball for good measure, but Parry can finish the whitewash on tops. On 10s. On 5s. This has been the Achilles heel for me, for Kurt this week.
40.
When he's going around the board chasing doubles, often he doesn't find one.
Yeah, he just needs to be careful. We did use the word he's being professional as well. No dramas, really. He's still got the throw in 2 of the last 3 legs if it goes a distance.
To throw first.
Just needs to find that determination just to see out the job. I expect him to do that. Which is really important, never to disrespect that dartboard.
140.
Because that's what he does. When he focuses, when he's ready, that's what he's been producing all week, but much better from David Mill.
80.
It just does seem a little bit more assured when it comes to combination checkouts this week.
140.
3 in hand at a double. Sometimes it's not gone his way.
Yeah, you can see him deep in thought there. For the first time in this match, he's almost come onto this stage, and this game won't be a problem. Like I said, sometimes there's always a little reminder, never disrespect
100.
that board. But this has been superb. 9 darts to leave a 1-2-1 finish. This is the Kurt Parry we've seen all week.
And the way that he has finished this week, these are the types of shots that you'd expect to go.
121.
Options on this. He went for the treble 15 with Mail not on any kind of finish. He wasn't far away from finding it either.
92. Would
appear David Mills left his best to last, but it's a little too late.
29.
Because it's match darts again for Parry, and it's a considerable victory once again for Kurt Parry. He goes 6 points clear, 9 wins on the spin. What a week he is having at the moment. He talked himself down. He said there's plenty more to come, but it's job done. He has a little chat there with the referee. A big sigh of relief. This has been a fantastic performance. The average is not where he's been all week, but a superb last leg there. That lovely 100 check out. Job well done. There'll be tougher games to come today for Kurt Parry, but he's looking good as we move on to game 2. It's second place Scott Taylor against Anton Osland.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durant. Game, shots, ornament. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Jackal, Lewis! the Dazzler, Bobby George. Game, shot, and...
On we go then here at the Modus Super Series on this wonderful Wednesday where a champion will be crowned in Group A. Kurt Parry, he's already on 20 points. We thought that 20 points would be enough to get you through, so that suggests that Parry will be the one that proceeds to finals night on Saturday. The only man that can realistically stop him is Scott Taylor. In fact, Marvin van Velzen and Jim McEwen are now 10 points behind. Anton Ersland, mathematically nowhere near, couldn't have won the group before the day had started, despite being Glenn Durrant's top pick. And Taylor from Bolton is the one that is leading the chase as he takes on the Series 5 Week 5 winner from Sweden here.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
I say leading the chase, but it's like he's already been lapped by Kurt Parry, isn't it?
Yeah, I did highlight the fact that he would go into Group C and dominate that and then win Saturday. Just a
140.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, just remember.
To be fair, yeah, you said him as a weekly winner, I believe, not necessarily a Group A winner. So I will bring a hat with me on Saturday in case I need to eat it.
140.
Yeah, he's disappointed me, Anton. And like I said, you sometimes look at how the players are playing. Just that isn't that just
59.
darts though? I mean, sometimes you'll get on that stage and you'll feel great. Sometimes you feel the journey you've done to get over. You feel tired. It just hasn't happened for Anton. I think that the headline acts have been elsewhere. But there's still something niggling in my mind that we'll still see something from Osland and maybe going down into Group C where we all feel that's a winnable Group C. I think the player that finishes fourth in Group A, it's not the end of the world for either a Jim McEwen or a Marvin van Velzen dropping into C.
$93.
Rather more bland appearance today from Anton Ersland, who had a yellow shirt yesterday, had a bright orange shirt on Monday.
100. Scott, you require 128.
Not going to go, so Ersland will get a look at the 141. We have seen him put out a couple
Anton,
of big
you
finishes.
require 141. 53.
It was a beautiful 144. He hasn't got the 141 to go with that, and a chance for Taylor.
$18. Anton, you require.
This is now an opportunity
88.
for an immediate breaker throw, and if Ersland beats Taylor here, Kurt Parry can put his shiny shoes on the table. Brilliant.
Game shot of first leg. Anton
Well, this could
Ersland.
be all signed and sealed pretty quickly.
Second leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I was fairly critical despite winning games on Monday about Scott Taylor. I just felt he was just going over the edge on the emotion side of things.
75.
Attempted to punch our dartboard. He looked an angry player. And I just felt yesterday, and it started in game
96.
2. He produced a real monster average, but it was the Scott Taylor we used to see him. He does play with a lot of ferocity when he throws the darts, but despite the fact he's lost that opening leg, I think he's getting
59.
better as the week goes along. And that's what we hope would, because Scott openly admitted that he's not put an awful lot of practice coming into this competition. And I think he's getting better as we go on.
And if he loses this match, he can pretty much wave bye-bye to winning the group, but
81.
still will need to get at least a couple of wins, you'd think, to make sure he does get into Group B. But one of the questions is, could Anton Östlund join that race? Now, if he does, he's only 2 points
96.
behind if he wins this game. The problem for him is Marvin van Velzen and Jim McEwen then play each other. So immediately he'll be 4 points behind again.
I mean, we're talking like it's been a dreadful competition for Östlund. He's
100.
averaging mid-80s, 85 for 2 days normally. That would put him higher. Like I say, such a tough group, full of quality.
85.
And the best of Östlund should still be to come.
$60. Scott, you require 128.
Brilliant. Double 10. Fantastic.
Game shot on a
To
second
cancel
leg.
out that breaker
Scott
throw.
Taylor.
Taylor takes the leg with a 1-2-8.
Yeah, you
Third
feel
leg,
like
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
you feel like Scott Taylor's been around for years, but it was only 10 years ago he was playing in the PDC World Youth on the development tour. Around about I think it was 2018. He lost to
95.
Michael Van Gerwen in a Players Championship final. I remember him rocking up to the BDO World Trophy because it was in his area, and he had 104 point something
97.
average, his highest average on stage, the highest BDO average. He's done an awful lot in them 10 years.
97.
Had that real success here at the Modus Super Series, and I thought that was going to be the catalyst for him to kick on further, but it hasn't happened. And it'll be interesting. I know he's just become a father again,
140.
where he sees darts in the future.
Takes some doing, doesn't it, to win a Champions Week here, to win an entire series. You've got the slog of the full week to
83.
qualify. Then you've got that cutthroat finals night, and then you've got to do it all again with another 11 players who've done exactly the same thing. It's really tough.
100.
And I guess we'll all remember the Luke Littlers, remember that unbelievable finish by Andreas Harrison to win that one against
59.
Cam Crabtree. We'll
Antonio
remember
require
Conan Whitehead
164.
winning that first one. Almost Scott Taylor's as, oh yeah, Scott has won this.
And the same could be said for Jim McEwen, who's in action
94.
in the next match against
Scott, you
another player
require
who's won in Marvin van Velzen.
167.
Just a reminder of how strong this group is.
95. Antonio
It's
requires
been break so far. Is that going to continue here as Östlund looks at treble 18 and finds it? He had a fantastic 88 combo, but he
54.
can't add the 70.
Scott, you require 72.
I always give up advising which way Scott's going to go. He has his own normal way. He loves double 12, and that's the reason why he's gone that way to 72.
Scott Taylor.
Taylor leads for the first time in this match 2-1.
Fourth flag, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I was a little careful. I was a little critical of Scott on Monday. That I realised I'm in the next room to him in the accommodation as Östlund hits the first 180 this match. But I'm here to give some constructive criticism. But what I would say right now for Scott, this is the Scott Taylor I was hoping we'd see.
What are we hoping we'll see here?
97.
More than 97 anyway. But he's putting in a good performance, isn't he? And on Östlund.
140.
Only 180 of the match. Taylor matching him in the averages, although that may change here.
140.
I mean, he's come over from Sweden. I'm not sure if he arrived just sort of the night before, on Sunday night. And like I say, maybe he's just good.
95.
He was just a little bit
Antonio
tired Monday,
require
Tuesday.
84.
This is a lot better. He's behind in this game. He's had a similar combination finish. It's double 8 this time.
Game shot on
That
the
84
fourth flag.
finish
Anton
goes with
Östlund.
that 88 finish in leg 2. Good game, this one.
Fifth flag, it's Scott to throw
Acceptable
first.
in the 80s from
Game
Anton
on.
Östlund. Taylor has trumped it with the 128. We've seen some fine finishes.
41.
Maybe, just maybe, that glint that Glenn had in his eye about Anton when the week started might be returning. And you made a point, actually, when you
91.
spoke to our friend and colleague Henry Deacon at the end of yesterday's show, when he said maybe Group C would be a blessing in disguise. And Anton could easily go and dominate
59.
that group, couldn't he, if he ends up in it?
Yeah, I don't want to be disrespectful to the other players in Group C. There's another debutant. And we're going to have another debutant in the fact that David Mail's going to be in Group C. So it takes away for
80.
me that ratio of 3 from 5 going through from Group B and 2 from 6, because I think Group B is going to be stacked this week.
And Kurt Parry himself said that. Didn't want to be in that
96.
group. Come the 31st of October, quite aptly, it's a scary group to be in.
60.
I would like to have seen the person that organises these weeklies, because we had a guy last week who has 46 packets of crisps and a wonton. We could have had a crispy wonton this week.
109.
I must be hungry already. Is it 10 o'clock?
Kevin Mills actually made national press with that packet of
41.
crisps. Well, packets of crisps, plenty of them story. And he was even on, have I got news for you?
81.
Modus Super Series making headlines once again. But who will be the headline act this
59.
week? Could it
Scott,
still
you
be
require
Scott Taylor?
115.
I like the start on the 19th for this one, because the 96 finish. You'd expect to be back.
59.
There's
Anton, you
no problem with
require
them darts. Leave a 2-darter.
170.
Can we see a little bit of magic from the Swede? It's on.
145. Scott, you require 56.
Good attempt. And
16.
he will return for the remainder.
Anton, you
Taylor
require
passes up 2
25.
darts at tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Anton Ursland.
It might not be his biggest average of the week, but just the way he's played this game, who he's playing. I think this
Sixth
is my
leg,
favourite
it's
performance
Anton
from
to throw
Anton Uslan
first.
so far.
Game on.
All good signs for the rest of the week. A player who we said is flattered to deceive, a little bit disappointing.
41.
We're trying to serve out the match. Start with a 41. Will be disappointing because Taylor is back in the treble.
A victory for
86.
Anton here would play right into Kurt Parry's hands. 15 fixtures are played in this group. Parry and Taylor would be separated by 6 points. That's 3 wins behind with just 4 games to play.
58.
Remember, just the winner goes through. The rest of the players have to battle it out on Thursday and Friday for double sessions of darts here at the Modus Super Series.
100.
And then Saturday, it's finals night, 7:30. Live here on the YouTube channel.
140.
Somebody will be added to that roll of honour of winners in Series 9.
$121.
Yes, it's not a bad Christmas present, is it? 25 grand. That's what these players are playing for.
92.
Look what he's left again, the 170. But Scott Taylor, once again, will think 6 darts will be enough from this 194. Needs a treble.
59.
Advantage to the Swede.
Anton, you require 170.
But he's had a go already.
138.
This time he misses, but he
Scott, you
misses
require
further away, but better,
135.
because he'll be back with 3 darts at double, unless Scott Taylor can take this out.
It was almost a brilliant marker ready for that
70.
bullseye there.
Anton, you require 32.
It has been a superb performance. It's been a really good game between the pair of them.
But if this double 16 goes in, the big winner could be Kurt Parry, and it
Game
does
shot,
go in.
and
It's
the
a
match,
superb game,
Anton
superb
Östlund.
performance from Anton Östlund. He hasn't had the best of 2 days so far, but is he building his success for a run maybe into Group C, Group B? It's a big smile, which we haven't seen an awful lot this week. Is that the end of Scott Taylor challenging Kurt Parry? He's almost done and dusted. But a good game. The Swede gets the 2 points. He moves on as we move on to Game 3. A big game. It's Marvin van Velzen against Jim McEwen.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
him.
it.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, UK, the home of the Modus Super Series, the daily darts tournament that has seen both of these players pocket hefty checks in the past. Marvin van Velzen taking the £25,000 top prize in the previous series. Jim McEwen having won Series 5 of this event. And they follow up Scott Taylor, of course, another Modus Super Series champion. We've got 3 of them in the same group, but it doesn't look like any of the 3 are going to win the group. Kurt Parry racing away at the top of the table. These 2 battling out in the middle to see which one of them is likely to end up in Group B rather than C. Will it be the Series 8 champion or the Series 5 champion? Come the end of the day, Glenn Durrant, this match could be the difference.
Yeah, so many ups and downs for Jim McEwen. At the beginning of play yesterday, we felt the only one that could challenge Kurt Parry was Jim McEwen for various reasons. His skills, his ability, his experience. Such a tough match player. But he really did hit the wall around about Game 3 yesterday. And a lot of loose darts, a lack of belief.
It's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Even something that you don't see too often. Jim really just very angry on there and just throwing his dart that didn't really mean anything. And in contrast, Marvin van Velzen, just a little reminder to him.
81.
that you've got to just remain very determined up there. The success he's had on that stage, it's just been a gentle reminder it doesn't come easy. And I think that will benefit him in the future. We might have to look at plan B for him, and that could be Group B, or it could be Group C. But you just have that niggling thing in your mind that he still has a huge role to play this week.
95.
It would be quite fitting to see that garish garment on Halloween tomorrow. Jim McEwen's terrifying tartan
57.
T-shirt.
$81.
Strike fear into you standing behind that, Glenn, wouldn't it?
Yes, it certainly would. He's often put the fear into players with darts like this. That's the Jim McEwen we know and love.
80.
Two trebleless visits and then three trebles in one visit.
35.
Yeah, it's been a pretty straightforward head-to-head for Marvin van Velzen against Jim this week. Won both of the games, and you have to say, won both of the games rather comfortably.
37.
There's an awful lot in this game. I'm sure when they looked at that league table like we did, there is that battle there for Group B.
Yeah, McEwen went down for the 19s there, and it's left him on a bogey.
96.
So the 180 becomes sort of irrelevant now.
Yeah, he's not the best counter, Jim. He's demonstrated that a few times this week. Where Marvin is right now, that's the plan that you should have. Be making your decisions. If I do this, I'm going to do that.
139.
But he's responded
Marvin,
very
you
nicely as
require
McEwen.
130.
Well, I say he's responded very nicely. He's left double 15 instead of going the treble 18.
May not matter. As Van Velzen looks at tops and finds
the
it.
first leg, Marvin van Velzen.
113 out, punishing McEwen's miscounting. And
Second
MVV
leg
has
is
the
Jim
lead.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, no miscounting, misfiring now.
29.
I know it's never going to happen now with Luke Littler going on to do what he's doing, but wouldn't it be amazing to have
44.
a return of all the champions one week, 12 players? That would be something special. Raymond Smith was a real highlight for me as well. I mean, even the story that he wins it and he's literally on a plane in 4 hours' time back to Australia. I know he still watches Raymond, so that was a real pleasure of mine to be here that night.
Well, it's something that may be considered in the future.
45.
And how soon in the future depends on how many champions we get. There's obviously an opportunity for somebody to match Luke Littler in this series and make it a double. 3 of them in this week. We've still got Conan Whitehead to come in this series as well.
57.
Yeah, Conan, I really enjoyed spending time, because when we talk about preparation an awful lot, I mean, this Modus Super Series is very difficult, especially if you're playing in Group A. Your first start at 9:30 on a Monday morning and potentially throwing again 10 o'clock on a Saturday night. It's a real marathon. And someone like Marvin van Velzen is never off the practice board. If he's playing now, he'll go back where there's a couple of dartboards in there. Whereas Conan Whitehead,
42.
he literally doesn't pick his darts up. His only dart he throws is on that stage.
And let's not forget to mention, when we're talking about potential multiple champions, Andreas Harrison already through to Champions Week.
$131.
Yeah, I thought one of the toughest weeks was won by Paul Hogan. So that was a real big win for Paul. I wouldn't like to play him at the seniors next week, that's for sure.
I've got some bad news for you, I'll tell you after.
135.
Did you say I'm playing?
It'll be like wrestling against Hulk Hogan, I think, Glenn, on that Sunderland stage.
77.
I'm going to go
Marvin,
2-0 down, 2-0 down
86.
and win. He's going to miss double 8 for double 16. As Marvin Van Velzen will be looking for double 16. This for a 2-0 lead.
54. Jimmy require 107.
Can McEwen return the ton topper? Van Velzen with 113 to win the opening leg. Now McEwen will tee up tops for 107 to level.
87.
Such a big part of his game.
Marvin,
When
you
it's on, he
require
wins. When it's off, he
32.
doesn't.
Yeah, you don't mind just going above it if you're going to miss. It's almost just like his arm died a death at the end. And Van Velzen just takes his time as he always does. Never his favourite double 16.
24.
Maybe that's the reason why they
Jimmy
were
require
wild.
20.
He's a long way off the double again. That's what's annoying him, isn't it? Not that he's missing, but that he's missing by big
No
margins.
score. Marvin, you require 8.
Yeah, I have a theory on that. Don't anticipate any problems here.
Well, I don't think I'd ever say this, but Jim McEwen's been slowed down here. Marvin Van Velzen
Game's on
taking
the
his
second
time, but
leg.
to great
Marvin Van
effect.
Velzen.
And he leads 2-0. Dr. Durrant will explain
Third
his
leg,
theory.
it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I'm very much in the mould of Jim McEwen, sort of the same pace I played at him. And when you're bringing that backswing back, he's all about timing. And when he gets it right, he hits a 180 all on the
53.
pinhead. But when he's just keeping hold of it, I think when he's not confident, there's a real thoughts going into his mind. And he let go of his dart. His brain wasn't ready. And the double 10 nearly hits the treble 10. This game it's fine margins. And if you just hit that spot at the right time, it'll go in the treble 20. If your timing is off, you can spray it into
40.
the 1. You can spray it into the big 10 going for the double 10. Fine margins.
And it's spraying at the moment.
And see the body movement. That's when he's not comfortable. That's when the timing's not
92.
right. Then you get angry. You throw it and you think, why can't I just do that every time? You're watching Sunderland next week. Spraying him into the treble 18.
140.
Well, you don't have to wait too long to see Glenn Durrant back on the Super Series stage. It was announced yesterday that he will be playing. He's going to be playing in the Influencer
99.
Showdown on the 1st of December that precedes our next Champions Week. That's as close as you're going to get, Glenn, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm still playing okay on the exhibition circuit is the reason behind that decision as well. It's been incredible success. The crowds that we're seeing, we've
58.
seen. I want to be part
Jimmy
of it, so really looking forward to it.
170.
Oh, is Jim McEwen going to spark something here? He'll go for it.
126.
Just couldn't get it. So are you booked as one of the influencers or one of the dart players, Glenn?
I'll leave that to the organiser. I did have Charlie Large.
140.
Good darts there. I
Jimmy
did have Charlie saying he'll
require
pair up with me,
44.
so I'll have a bit of that. I don't mind being an influencer as McEwen looks to get back in this game. Tops and tens are his go-to doubles. And it's not
24.
happening.
And again, he
Marvin,
was
you
low on
require
tops, wasn't
70.
he? Not where he wants to be, just finding it a bit of a struggle so far. Marvin Van Velzen on each occasion has taken full advantage. Hoists
on the
Jim
third
McEwen
leg,
by his own
Marvin Van
petard.
Velzen.
And despite there being little to no difference in the averages,
Fourth leg,
the
it's Jim
Dutchman's
to throw
opened up a
first.
3-leg lead.
Game on.
Yeah, could be a long day now for Jim McEwen if this one goes the way of Marvin Van Velzen. Something you picked up actually, Chris, on Monday,
96.
and them 3 darts demonstrated there. Some could argue a more resigned 3, but a bit more pace, a bit more rhythm. When you're having that methodical, I know when I'm
85.
playing now, and the slower and slower I get, the more and more you're thinking about it. I'd like to, and that is definitely a quicker throw from Jim McEwen right now.
In terms of the table, if he
100.
drops the points in this match, yes, he'll only be 2 points behind Marvin van Velzen, but they went into the game on the same number of points and just 3 legs apart.
57.
If he loses this leg, he'll be 2 points behind and 11 legs behind. That could be absolutely vital come the end of the day.
95. $86.
Perfect.
140.
But do you see what I mean about that decision making there on that third dart? Look, he should know. And that's when you're a really good counter. You won't see something like that from Marvin. That was
60.
guaranteed to look at the scoreboard then.
70.
Well, for McEwen to get back in this game. Big 20. I'd normally say for his beloved tops. But that
50.
is now 0 from 7 on the outer ring.
I was just thinking as well, Glenn, he would have been happier just to have pitched that one over the top. The fact that it's crashed into the dart and caused him not to be going back for 3 at that
140.
target. I think he'll be feeling
Jimmy
under pressure here.
required 20.
Yeah, on Monday, double 10, he just could not miss it. On Tuesday, he found his tops and 10s. Today, it's a nightmare.
Marvin, you require 73.
Wednesday is full of woe for Chucky, who can't find the finishers.
65.
On this
Jimmy
occasion,
required
nor can his
20.
opponent. A rare reprieve in this match.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
You could argue
Jim
the
McEwen.
hardest double of the 3, the tops, 10s and 5s, is the one that's gone. But look at them stats. I mean, not great from
Fifth
Marvin van
flag is
Velzen,
Marvin
3
to
from
throw
10,
first.
but 1 from
Game
13 for a player who was so deadly on his doubles, and especially on the double. You can see him pacing up and down. He won't like what he hears now.
108.
Is there a reaction on the face? Because inside, that really hurts.
Oh, it's like scoring an equaliser only to concede straight away after, isn't it? Like, what was the point?
108.
But he stands up to it.
And the pace of the throw is so noticeable.
$65.
Come on, Jim. Get straight back in that treble.
Hate to say it, but it would be the double that I'd be worried about come the end of the leg.
58.
I'm sure that's what he would be worried about as well. But at least he's kept himself in this leg after that opening salvo from Van Velzen, who once again takes his time.
You can almost hear the groans from the other players when he does it. I like it. I'd advocate it. Normally, I was about to say when he does this, but now we're getting to a stage. And the reason he's not sportsmanship, he doesn't want to leave the treble 20 bare, but it's also very, very awkward. Dart of the match.
And McEwen has to be careful here. We've spoken about his mathematic mistakes already. And he's about to make another.
59. Marvin, you require 156.
Yeah, 6 darts from 156. That last dart. A real saviour. And Jim McEwen, the game looks tough right now for him. There's the shake of the head. Can Van Velzen take control of this
94.
third place?
Marvin, you require 74.
He's had some decent combos, led by the 113 that he won the first leg with. Now, he wants tops to finally put an end to proceedings.
54.
But he can't find it, and
Jimmy
McEwen's still got a
require
chance here. This
110.
could get the game back on throw.
Yeah, it would be typical if he has one dart or a double here that it goes, but he needs the treble if that is the case. Or the double bull.
90.
A remarkable
Marvin, you require
attempt from
20.
McEwen, who cannot hit tops in this match, and then tries to go for it to leave the bullseye, which ironically he did hit. So it's 2 10s for Van Velzen. Overshoots.
10. Jim, you
Interesting.
require 20.
It's catching, isn't it?
It certainly is. I think McEwen was
It's
ready to
on
go
the
off the
fifth
stage,
leg,
but
Jim McEwen.
he is right back in this match because that's a break of throat.
Sixth leg, it's
Back
Jim
on
to
throw.
the first. Game on.
Strange old game.
Does make you wonder how much importance both of these players have placed on this match. Because it does look like a head-to-head battle for third
60.
place between these two.
Yeah, good shout. You just see the shoulders almost dip when that double 10 went in there from McEwen.
125.
And a good response. We're waiting for Jim. You don't expect to see him play 6 legs without him being at his brilliant best. Can he find something?
80. $137.
That's perfectly pitched. And he makes
180.
full use of it for a third max of the match by McEwen.
Yes, he's that stereotypical scrapper, isn't he? But once again, he's not looking at the
139.
darts that Marvin's throwing. And everything he seems to be hitting at Marvin. He has a response, but this is McEwen's best leg of the day. We said we're waiting for something special.
89. Marvin, you require 100.
But a potential 11 dart here for the Dutchman. Tops.
60. Jim, you require 92.
The double hitting hasn't been great in this game, but we've seen both players attempt double checkouts of sorts in the last couple of legs, and we might see another one here if he doesn't find the treble 20. In fact, he's gone for the bull, which is an old-fashioned but effective route, but when you do that, you cannot miss the big number.
39. Marvin, you require 40.
It's had pretty much everything this game, and not all in the positive sense.
$35.
Unbelievable.
Jim, you require
I'm regretting not
53.
taking a tally of mismatched darts by Marvin van Velzen because they are racking up now. And it's another big number for McEwen, who tees up tops. Only
Yeah,
needs
shot on
one
the
dart
sixth
on this
leg,
occasion.
Jim
What a
McEwen.
remarkable match. Marvin van Velzen looked like he was home and dry at 3-0 up, has had
7
multiple
from final
opportunities
leg.
to
It's Marvin
get
to throw
over the
first.
line.
Game
And
on.
Jim McEwen has somehow survived.
Yeah, it's going to be that bizarre scenario, isn't it? Whoever wins this game, I don't think they'll be happy going back to the players. I think both players will come off disappointed.
60.
When you see these two heavyweights up there, you'd expect a really top quality clash, and it's been far from that. It's been scrappy. It's been full of missed darts at a double, with
77.
bounce outs, shake of the head. It's had pretty much everything, but the bottom line is the fact that there's 2 points on offer, a big 2 points.
Well, 5 minutes ago we were talking about an 8-leg swing in favour of Van Velzen in the table as well.
108.
Jim McEwen has certainly done some
He-
damage prevention here.
54.
It is a match that's had 5 180s, let me add. It's been a week littered with 180s, to be fair. Almost record breaking on Monday.
57.
Yeah, the doubling has been the problem. 17% Van Velzen. Actually now worse than Jim McEwen at 20%.
82.
And that doesn't include the doubles they missed when they went for double-double.
$62. 100.
Darts 1 and
Marvin,
3,
you
you can see
require
he's fighting with it. The
142.
second one was perfection. Scratch of the head. But once again, how many times have I said 6 darts for Marvin van Velzen from here? I'm not so sure I've got all the confidence in the world he can do it right now. Both minds are a mush.
$45.
Pressurising power play
Marvin, you
by Jim
require
McEwen. Now Van
97.
Velzen with another opportunity to win this match. A match he will think he should have won 4-0. Double-double again. I can't understand it.
57. Jim, you require 48.
Well, we've seen some fantastic games, but this one has been absolutely incredible. Maybe for all the wrong reasons, but an out of sorts Jim McEwen from 3-0 down, almost give up hope, has had the comeback of the week against the dejected looking, hugely disappointed Marvin van Velzen. It's a kiss to the camera from Jim McEwen. He can't believe it when he goes back there. 3-0 down he was. The average was around about that, but what is glaring there is the missed darts at the double for both players, but it was Jim McEwen. He takes control of that third place now as we move on to game 4. It's David Mill against Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin van Velzen.
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin van Velzen.
Well, Marvin van Velzen wouldn't have been so happy before the break there. Jim McEwen coming back from 3-0 down, to win 4-3 after Van Velzen missed 9 match darts across several legs in the game. And that means McEwen has leapfrogged MVV into 3rd place in the table. Remember, the all-important Group B spots going to 2nd and 3rd. Taylor occupying 2nd, chasing the runaway league leader Kurt Parry at the top of the tree. And will need a win against the man at the bottom of the table, David Mail if he is to just keep the heat on Parry here. If he doesn't manage that, then Parry will be a win away from qualification. So Justin McEwen and Scott Taylor still in mathematical contention, and Taylor will need the victory in this one. Mail went down 4-1 to Parry. It's a really tough start to the day, particularly for a player who didn't win yesterday and hasn't now won in 9 matches. But any hope for David Mail? Is there any real worry for you that if he has a similar day today that will spill
First
over into
leg,
Group
it's
C?
David to throw first. Game on.
I hope not, in a sense that when I spoke to him, I was very, very impressed. He realised the task that he had ahead of him. And like I said, I've used the term, he's living the dream right now. And that's not like just over-egging the pudding. You know, these players who are going to the ADC qualifiers, it's the stage they want to be on. And I said to him, you know, don't let it be a nightmare. And Group C will be a different proposition. The fact that you're walking him to the players' room,
140.
all players on 0 points. He knows the processes now. He knows the throw now. So let's hope he kicks on. There'll be another debutant alongside with him. So there's no longer that, you know, the new kid in the class. But listen, if you only end up with 1 win and 14 losses,
108.
or you can produce darts like that, David Mail.
Yeah, Group C features a debutant Luke Smith, a fellow ADC qualifier. He joins Mike Huntley and Scott
David, you
Baker.
require 140.
Mail here, despite the maximum, may need to take out the 140 and couldn't. So Taylor
45.
on an
Scott,
11
you
darter.
require 81.
The dozen will do.
57.
But it came out of the single,
David,
in
you
fairness,
require
so he won't be
95.
too perturbed.
Yeah, it was game 2 where he come alive yesterday, Scott Taylor. Yeah, again, just a little bit of give yourself an opportunity,
28.
David. I like the fact that maybe a bullseye starting it in that one. But Taylor's been superb with the 3 140s.
Game shot on the first
Finally
leg,
sees
Scott
it off.
Taylor.
A lovely start from Scott. I think the biggest problem for David Mail for
Second
me,
leg,
Chris, is
it's
the
Scott
fact
to
that
throw first. Game on.
he is a dart bit behind these 5 players in the scoring phase. And a lot of that is this drift that he has, particularly at the 5, occasionally into the 1. And I think a lot of that's to do with this. There's a lot of movement in that throw of the arm. The body's doing okay.
100.
When he gets the timing right, he'll produce darts like that. I mean, this is a guy that come through a tough school. Lots of 90-plus averages he's producing on the ADC in the vaults. Representing Cambridge in the county, so he's getting stage
100.
experience. But the one Achilles heel for me, there's just too many darts that are not going in the 20 bed.
93.
His attitude has been impressive most of the time, but we did just see a little bit of frustration after that failed
80.
95 attempt.
Yeah, and I want to see that. It's almost like he's a little bit too nice. I want to see a little bit of steely determination, and I want to see a little bit of disappointment. That's the dart that's frustrating. I've been waiting for that all in this leg, and that's the one he needs to start eliminating. There's a couple of practice routines that you can do to work on your alignment and staying straight, but
60.
what you can't really practice for is just stepping at that Modus Super Series stage, and the nerves, the tension, you know, managing that.
45.
But my issue is demonstrating them 3 darts.
170.
Well, let's go fishing. Forgot his maggots.
134.
Yeah, despite losing
90.
that opening game, Scott
You
Taylor.
require 36.
I'm liking this version of him right now.
Game shot on the
He leads
second
2-0.
leg, Scott Taylor. Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I just get the sense that Mail needs to make sure he's at least competitive in these matches. He
93.
lost 4-1 in his first game. He could be on course for a similar scoreline here.
108. 30.
Well, I haven't got many things right with this group here. I mean, I fancied Osland to do really well. I didn't see Parry doing what he's done. But one thing I did when I looked at it, I thought this is going to be a really tough ask for the debutant. And it's proven that way because the players seem to be getting better, definitely including Scott Taylor. You have to start thinking about the mindset of sort of Jim McEwen, Marvin Van Velzen right now. Maybe there's opportunities for David Mill later on today.
84. Scott, you
There's
require
such a gulf in this game, isn't there? Taylor's turned up. Mail hasn't deviated too much from what he's done the rest of the week, but that's the problem when the other players find their A or B game. He just hasn't yet got that level to live with them.
$45. Scott, you require 111.
The Nelson.
$95.
He does have his own way of going, does Scott Taylor, but it works for him. He will be back for a potential 16 dart to a double 8.
95.
There will be a little bit of pressure coming on this.
16.
It's one-way traffic at the moment.
14. David, you require.
Well, is there
90.
a little diversion here for Taylor? As Mayer looks to throw a little blocker in the road. Double 15.
6.
Can't find it.
Scott, you
so
require.
it'll be the old-fashioned
2.
one up, one in.
No score.
And that's why a lot of players
30.
do that sort of guide dart. He actually found double one with his second dart there that he threw.
On a third
as
leg.
a free
David
hit,
Mayer.
a free practice, but he's lost the leg. And Mail's in the match.
Yeah, it's an average
Fourth
buster
leg.
for Scott
It's
as
Scott
well.
to throw first.
We talked about the gulf
Game
in the
on.
averages. It was around just shy of a ton at the time. Down to mid-80s now.
40.
Couple of bounce out. That might test his frustration, remember?
You may have noticed the colour of his shirt, Scott Taylor, a tribute
86.
to his 4 children. Those sort of tailor-made shirts. He always has 2
41.
colours. That's become synonymous with Scott. And we see that quite a lot in darts players, personalisation of shirts. A little
95.
nod to families. There you see. Scott Taylor, Brody, Oscar, Olivia and Evie.
41.
Yes, it's caused a problem in my household because I put my grandson's name on the back of mine. And my daughter was like, how come you never ever did it for me?
140.
Yeah, that shirt actually reminds me of my fashion sense in 1986.
59.
Naff.
I could have given you an easy answer, Glenn. You could have just said to your daughter, well, one of those stars on my shirt, that represents you, dear.
Good answer. I'll use that next time.
60.
I actually do have a dart shirt myself. Mine's got Paul Daniels on the back.
100.
And that's true.
David, you
And
require
if people want to search on
120.
social media, they'll find it. It was a gift from my friend and colleague Dan Dawson. Oh, well, he needs Paul Daniels. He needs that dart back.
Oh,
60.
That's not magic.
it was nearly tragic because that could have easily gone into the treble there. I didn't mind the second dart being so close to the tops
140.
because he holds
David,
that dart, which
require
makes it
60.
very awkward. Even if he hits the big 20 here, is it awkward, or can he see enough of that left-hand side? Missed
50.
opportunities.
Scott, you require 80.
That's been the issue for David Mill at
Taylor
the
could
back
go.
end.
I was going to say he could go 2 tops, and he has, and he's
Game
really
shot
rubbed
of
salt
fourth
into the
leg,
wound.
Scott Taylor.
2 double tops with 3 darts in hand, and he says to David Mayer, look, pal, if you can't do it, I'll show you how. 3-1 Taylor.
Fifth flag, it's David to throw first. Game on. 100.
Yeah, you do build up friends in that, you know, I suppose when you're spending 6 hours a day for, and there's been a nice touch between the pair of them there.
131.
Yeah, you do. The people you spend time with often become your friends. Unfortunately, it hasn't panned out that way for me and Glenn Durrant.
60.
Yeah, there's a big wall between the pair of us in.
You and Henry, though, that's a nice bromance.
Yeah.
Love-hate relationship, isn't it? He loves you, you hate him.
Yes, I think he's got a picture of me on his profile page now, hasn't he?
No, dartboard, Glenn. Picture was on the dartboard.
59.
We'll have to do something special tomorrow.
We'll see what we can creep in. Can Mail creep back into this match? It looked like Taylor had dismissed him when he took out the tops.
81.
But Mail's
David,
got,
you require
he would think 6 darts
156.
from here. May only need 3. Okay, we'll need a couple of visits unless Taylor can take out the big one.
You require
Well, you called the best 170 this week. I'm going to replicate. Damn.
102.
Harder than it looks,
David,
but a
you
good chance
require
here for David
56.
Mail. He's putting himself into positions. Can he see it out? Perfect marker.
16. Scott, you require 68.
Half a dozen darts missed at double. And Taylor has 2, a double 10.
Game shot.
And that is
the
enough
match.
to
Scott
get him
Taylor.
over the line. A 4-1 victory for Scott Taylor that keeps up some pressure on Kurt Parry at the top of the table. It leaves David Mail really cut adrift at the bottom. He remains on just 2 points from his 12 matches, and Taylor has moved on to 16. That 4-1 win puts him 4 points behind Parry, who can increase that advantage after the break when he meets Jim McEwen.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and it's great to reminisce some fantastic 9-darters. And for Jim McEwen, it'd be nice for him to reminisce the success he's had on that stage, because right now he's had some really difficult moments involved in a real bizarre opening game where he was 3-0 down. He just didn't look himself. He finished yesterday quite poorly. Then it was the comeback of all comebacks to win that game 4-3 over Marvin van Velzen. But the task, the challenge, steps up another notch, because that man in your picture, Parry, has been sparkling this week.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
He may have the sparkling shoes to go with it as well, because he's just done a fantastic run, and something that we didn't expect would happen in this group here. We felt it was going to be tight, and he could just be victory here from pretty
59.
much cementing his place in Saturday night's final. He's been that good, Chris Murphy.
Yeah, absolutely. Although hasn't been too happy with his own performances at
96.
times. I think often just looks $1 million because of that fluid throw. Jim McEwen got away with one, as mentioned, against Marvin van Velzen.
99.
A win here would cement his spot in third place, not officially, but it would really put the pressure on van Velzen against Anton Ersund, who, for me, has been the most impressive performer so far today.
94.
Well, it hasn't been 100% perfect for Kurt Parry. He did have 5 wins out of 5, but he did lose one game on Monday morning. It feels like a long time ago. Game 2 for him, and it was against Jim
26.
McEwen.
Yeah, only 4-3 though, wasn't it? So it just shows how strong he's been. 20 points out of a possible 22, and if that leg had gone the other way, it would be perfect.
Yeah, I was slightly disappointed with his focus in that opening win over David Mill. I almost felt he just went up there and was expected to win.
95.
You just sense he's a little bit different as he's given his shoes a real polish. I was chatting with Owen Binks last night. He said they are absolutely spectacular, even closer up.
Yeah, they're embossed with a little bit of pattern in there. And one of those shiny shoes
98.
is in finals night already. In fact, both of them pretty much are there if he wins this match. But I will let you into a little secret. I did speak to him off air before that interview that was shown at the start of Playtime. I said to him, what are your plans
58.
if you do get through? And this is the answer that he gave. In fact, I'll give the answer after this finish or this leg, which he could win on the ball. Because it'll be interesting to see what
Jimmy require
Glenn Durham
164.
thinks of the mindset.
Very little pressure coming back on this 33. It's a big number. Double.
Game shot on the first leg.
Easy as that. Parry leads 1-0. Break a throw. Everything is just going so right for him.
Yeah, the question was, what do you think you'll do if you do get through today? And his answer was, I don't know.
Second leg.
I've not thought about it at all, and I won't allow myself to think about it.
Yeah, like that. I thought the question was, he's going to go home. And probably, I'm not sure how many hours it is for him to go back home, but I know Jamie Owens from the North East, he made a decision once to go all the way back 5 hours and regretted that. Because what you've got to take into consideration to
100.
To come back Saturday night, you don't want to have too much travelling on the day. You don't want to be too lazy in your hotel room.
81.
There's so many places. What works for you?
And Owens was much better, wasn't he? The next time when he decided not to do that, he rectified that mistake and reached the semi-finals.
Yeah, one of our great photos in Northeast of Darts is the 170 hit, and with Gary Hayes behind him with his arms in the air. That was certainly doing the rounds in a lot of our groups.
40.
Very proud of what Jamie's been doing. We had Jordan Matthews have success at the weekends. So Teesside Dart, it's in good shape, and a lot of it is done behind what's happening in sort of Sunderland and Newcastle. We saw Ryan Branley here as well recently.
140.
So much good darts happening in our area of the world.
Yeah, some great players. Wales ain't bad for the Arrows Aces either.
140.
A few world champions from that part of the world, including the very first one. The great Leighton Rees, Gadwin Price, Mark Webster, Richie Bennett, of course, who
84.
graces this
Kurt, you
Super
require
Series stage regularly.
142. 84.
Yeah, lovely board management.
Jim, you require 120.
These are my 2 dart and Jim McEwen. This 120 would be for a breaker throw. Can he just almost lob over that dart, the right-hand side of that treble 20? And that's what happens. You take the risk of moving across the hockey. Well, that come right across his face.
32. Kurt, you require 58. Game shot on his second leg. Kurt Parry.
So Parry doubles his lead. Everything is falling into place for Kurt.
Third leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
And while everybody else is trying to do the trick tomorrow, he will have a treat.
$100.
What would you do, Glenn, in his position?
I'm not so sure how many hours it is for him to go home, but in my situation...
It'll be 3 or 4, won't it?
I did like my own bed. I did like the fact that I could practice on my own board tomorrow and Friday. But the fact that you're travelling on the day, that's got to be taken into consideration. The Saturday traffic, etc. I think I would go and find out. Get down
44.
the beach side of Portsmouth, get some fresh air, maybe throw a few arrows, but just don't lay about in your hotel. I think that's the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, 175 miles from Portsmouth to Ogmore Vale in Bridgend. About 3 hours. So it is one of those sort of borderline decisions, isn't it?
100.
Still has to get the job done today first to even think about it. Can assure that Jim McEwen, if he
45.
won a Group A, would not be heading home. It's a 7.5-hour journey from the Live Lounge to Maybole in Scotland, where he lives.
Yes, I remember doing an exhibition with Rob Cross when he was PDC champion. I was BDO champion, and in the audience was Jim McEwen. When your player plays out the audience, I was begging he wasn't going to get up.
116. $76. Jim, you require 82.
Well, quite simply has to go. Big 17. He's had his trials and tribulations on top, but usually when he's had one dart in his hand.
62. Kurt, you require 40.
Can Parry pin it?
Game shot on a
Can
third
for
leg.
a 3-leg
Kurt Parry.
lead. And for the second successive game, Jim McEwen finds himself in this position. A reminder that he won the last
Fourth
one.
flag. It's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Yes, give them all 3 start, Jim.
58.
You can also sense that Kurt Parry is just a different proposition right now.
$84.
Following this, Anton Ersland against Marvin van
44.
Velzen, who will get the chance to put himself back in front of McEwen. Level on points if he can beat Ersland in that one. And that capitulation in the previous game won't seem too
85.
damaging then. McEwen then returns to take on David Mayle, so an important spell for Chucky before Van Velzen meets Taylor. And Parry plays Ersland in Game 9, a match which could see him wrap up the group.
Yeah, I was just sort of number crunching a little bit there, going back on what you said, that Kurt doesn't feel he's playing very well. And yeah, he has a point in the sense that he had an incredible couple of games, a 98 average and a 97 average.
140.
But since then, he's had an 88 and then 84 and 83. He's been enough to win matches. So maybe he has a point. And once again, in this match, he's only averaging 85 and a comfortable leader.
83.
I'll ask you a question I asked him. Has he gathered a bit of a fear factor for the other players?
Certainly in this group here, but I just think Saturday is just a totally different competition.
44.
6 players that get the friends, the family here in the audience. Then they realise there's not been, as he looks at another 180 here,
108.
just effortless. He should be putting the fear in him,
Jimmy
but a
require
different
148.
competition comes Saturday night.
Well, can he do what Marvin van Velzen couldn't do, and that is close the door on Jim McEwen?
65. Kurt,
Match
you
start
require
incoming.
36.
Van Velzen missed 9 of them.
27.
And Chucky gets lucky
Jimmy
again.
require 83.
He's like a cat with 9 lives at the moment. It's Jim McEwen.
Well, even that miss is helpful.
Oh, is it? Because now he's covered that bullseye so much, this would be a wonder dart.
50.
The line wasn't bad, was
Kurt,
it?
you require 9.
So 9 lives may be lost now. Wow.
1. Jimmy
Well,
requires
it's 5
33.
darts missed to put McEwen away. He's now survived 14 match darts across 2 matches. He misses a big number. He did this against Van Velzen as well and put it right. Double 6.
21.
Surely now Parry
Kurt,
puts
you
him away.
require 8. No score. Jimmy requires
Well,
12. Game shot on the 4th flag. Jim McEwen.
Well, there's 8 match darts in that leg from Kurt Parry.
5th flag. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I think I can safely assume that's a record. That's 17 consecutive match darts that Jim McEwen has survived.
58. $140.
And when I've started to question Kurt Parry about, this is what he can do, but, why hasn't he won more in his career? He's usually bounced back with another really cracking leg, just to confirm that there's no
45.
such problems whatsoever. He knows he's the better player in this game. He knows qualifications just touch and distance away.
100.
Someone once said to me, the winning line's there, run through it.
$60.
Still does look in control.
6.
And he can afford to feel like there is no pressure. The position he's built for himself is such a strong one. He'll be 6 points clear of
59.
Scott Taylor if he wins this match. And if he does win this match, then Jim McEwen will officially be out of the running.
55.
Yeah, I've got my eyes on Jim McEwen, and there'll be people watching thinking, how can he make the game look so ridiculously easy? But when a little bit of self-doubt comes into your mind, it really is a cruel
99.
game. It's a difficult
Kurt, you
game.
require
That's how I feel that
146.
Jim McEwen is playing darts at the moment. Can we have a spectacular end to the game? Yes, we
Game shot and the match.
17
Kurt
missed darts at a double in 2 games. Match darts against Jim McEwen. And then Kurt Parry, despite the issues in leg 4, pings that stunning finish. Treble 19, treble 19, double 16. He is touching dart away from qualification on Saturday night. We'll look at the numbers there, but the real highlight was the way he saw out that game. Kurt Parry, his winning streak continues as we move on to the next game. It's Anton Ostlund against Marvin van Velzen.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
this is where... Hang on, wow. He's on the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening encounter. Coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No one aiming, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a break of throw. They win their 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
On we go. The Modus Super Series continues. Group A continues, but how long till we find out? The winner of it, Kurt Parry, on a procession, seemingly a 4-1 win in each of his first 2 matches, winning against David Mayle, and before the break, Jim McEwen, who beat Marvin van Velzen earlier today when this man led that match 3-0, missed 9 match darts to put McEwen away, and now
First leg, it's Anton
kind
to
of render that
first.
game irrelevant if he can get the better of Anton Ersland, but that won't be an easy task if you consider how well Ersland played in beating Scott Taylor 4-2 in his opener today.
I mean, it's a real possibility that our reigning champion could end play in 5th place today.
85.
Because a win for Ersland does move him level with Marvin, who won't have expected this week. He looked, looking at his social media on
100.
Sunday, delighted to be back in Portsmouth. A stage that will bring so many positive memories for him. Glimpses of what he can do. And now we finally see what
140.
Anton can do, because he's had 2 days where, I can't think of a better word, that he's been just disappointing. But it was an excellent opener win against Scott Taylor in Game 2 today. And he's looking an awful lot better, barring that dart. Why do I do that?
26.
Can we edit my previous words there, please?
$140. 96. 96. Antonio require 154.
Is it the traditional start? Looks like he's looking downstairs.
34.
Yeah, a couple of good
Marvin, you
darts in this leg
require
from Anton, but
105.
he's missed an opportunity here. Treble 15.
65. Anton, you require 120.
It should have been a lot further down than this, but it's an opportunity. He's going to get a leg dart. It's at tops.
80. Marvin, you require 40.
And for a break off throw for the Dutchman. That's his real Achilles heel. Remember, he was 3-0 up against Jim McEwen. And missed dart after dart, and a lot of them darts were the tops, 10s and 5s. Gives an opportunity to the Swede. Can he take it? Yes, he can.
On the first leg,
Anton Östlund leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on. $60.
Well, you wonder how much confidence the opening performance could give Östlund. You also wonder how much confidence has been lost by Marvin van Velzen following that comeback win for McEwen against him.
Yeah, he looks a shadow of his former self right now. But this is what I want to see. You know, darts is full of ups and downs. Just how you respond to that adversity. It's not gone how he wants to go. So what's plan B, Marvin?
$137. $94. Marvin, you require 164.
What an effort.
$139.
Moments of brilliance this week. Just maybe not enough for Marvin van Velzen. But that was a superb effort under 164.
99. Marvin,
Should
you
see out the
require
leg.
25.
But just a reminder, his problems has been the doubles. It's a different target this time. Will it be a different outcome?
17. Anton, you require 148.
That is a long, long way away, that first dart was reminiscent of his darts yesterday.
8.
It's 3 from 23 on the outer ring today for Marvin.
Game shot on his second leg. Marvin
Finally
van
hits a
Velzen.
double. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
We've been fully focused on this battle for Group B today because Kurt Parry is so close to sealing qualification. Actually, Glenn, just needs 4 legs, any 4 legs for the rest of the day, and Kurt Parry will be through. In fact,
58.
he could be through before he even plays another leg because Scott Taylor is going to take on Marvin van Velzen in Game 8. That's before Parry plays again.
97.
And if van Velzen can topple Taylor in that one, then that will crown Kurt Parry as the Group A winner.
$98.
Do you think he's starting to think about his Thursday and Friday plans yet?
Well, quite simply, he has to because
100.
I might have got a few things wrong today, but Kurt Parry will get through today. That I'm confident in saying. Been nothing to separate these two this week, and the head-to-head one apiece.
140.
Nothing to separate them in this match so far. It's almost like he's attempting or trying new things with his throw, because when he misses that treble 20 target occasionally, he's close at the tops with it. It's almost like is he trying something different because he's not normally that far away from the target.
60.
2 players will be disappointed with this week, but any experienced Modus Super Series fan will tell you that come Saturday night, get through to that and it's all different.
57. Marvin, you require 145.
1 point between them here. First go goes to Marvin. He drifts into the 5 segment.
90.
Decent correction.
Anton, you
Ursula looking at
require
146.
146.
19s. Not to be. So Van Velzen will get the break opportunity.
$118. Marvin, you require 55.
Just the one dart at tops.
35.
Pretty much threw his whole
Anton, you
body into that
require
dart.
28.
Missing a dart at a big number. It's criminal when you're as good as Marvin Van Velzen. Will he be punished?
Game shot on the third leg. Anton Ursula.
Not only will he be punished, the fact it's the last dart, it's like a double whammy there for Osland.
Fourth leg. It's Marvin to throw first.
So coming up next, Male McEwen, then that Taylor Van Velzen clash that could crown Kurt Parry as a Group A winner. Parry then takes on
137.
Backstage, he's been speaking to our producer, and he told him he'll be happy when the day's over.
He's not portraying that statement on the hockey, is he? I mean, he just looks pretty carefree, to be fair. I felt in the opening game it lacked a little bit of discipline, a little bit of character, as if the job's already done.
To be fair, whenever I speak to our producer, I'm just happy when the conversation's over.
55.
That's not very nice, Chris.
No one likes talking to their boss. He's usually telling me off.
Now that I do believe.
100. Marvin, you require 152.
Van Velzen looking good to even this contest up.
100.
Superb last start. He'll be back.
That doubling, though, is going to be buzzing around his brain,
58.
isn't it?
Marvin, you require 52.
Yeah, get rid of all the bad darts. Maybe now he's probably hopefully telling himself. He's usually so lethal on this tops.
42.
It will anger him because he'll have practiced. I'm sure with his tops and tens will have gone in practice, and the more that you miss, the more then, like you mentioned, the more you start thinking about it.
84.
Yeah, missed 9 match darts
Marvin, you require
in his previous
10.
match. He's now missed 9 darts at double in this match. And how confident would he be on a dodgy double like double 5?
It's almost like he's aiming in the area of it rather than going for the target. Oh, that only creeps in, which often means one thing. When you're just about to creep in the big number, the double goes that. There's one who's got away with 2-2.
Flag. It's
Best of 3 now.
First. Game on. $60.
We haven't really spoken about the throwing style of Anton Ursland yet this week, Glenn. What do you make of his technique?
97.
Well, believe it or not, the technique I'd like you to look at is the normal one we're looking at rather than on the side, because if you look at his wrist and fingers, and people may laugh here.
100.
Well, people may laugh, but that wrist and fingers are so reminiscent of how Luke Littler throws his dart. He has that backswing there, and then this, just at the end of the process of bringing his arm back, he's bringing his wrist further and further back. And it's almost Luke Littler, which I'm sure will get some comments.
81.
There's a very slight move to the side, isn't there, on the drawback as well, which Luke does, avoiding the face, basically.
I was coaching a young 14-year-old last night.
100.
They all want to throw darts like that from MVV. And it's almost like last year everyone wanted to throw like Michael Smith, and this year they want to throw like Luke Littler.
60.
But the
Marvin,
wrist
you
and
require
fingers is key to the success
124.
of Anton Osland.
1-2-4 for Van Velzen. Something to spark something else.
104.
Again, it's Tops that denies the shot, but he will be back.
$40. Marvin, you require 20.
For a breaker throw to go one away. Advantage
Gage on
Van
the
Velzen.
fifth flag, Marvin Van Velzen. Sixth flag, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Can he get the job done this time? Our eyes will be on the battle for that podium finish, that third place.
100.
Looks like it's becoming a battle between himself and Jim McEwen, although Urslan can still throw a spanner in the works, but you'd think he'd have to win this match, Glenn.
Yeah, neither Van Velzen or Jim McEwen are anywhere near their brilliant best. Their championship winning best.
A reminder, waiting for players in 2 and 3
40.
in Group B are Gary Stone, Mark Durbridge and Shane Hayward.
Tough. Very, very tough.
108.
Urslan's got the stuff here. Interestingly, the last 4 matches have all been won by the player throwing second.
30.
Only Kurt Parry holding throw so far today. That was in match 1.
Yeah, and it's been a group here dominated with players throwing first. So, yeah.
100.
The advantage in a best of 7, of course, is throwing first. But there's always that theory of hitting them hard in the first leg.
Needs a lot.
177.
Gets a lot.
Anton, you require 121.
And it would be a superb way
53.
to shut the door, having
Marvin, you
struggled
require
in his previous
154.
match, having lost his previous match. A 177 to leave 154. Not going to take it.
Yes, he had that beautiful 147 finish yesterday, didn't he? 154 is out
57.
of reach.
Anton, you require 68.
And to return that breaker throw and to take us all the way. Missed big number again.
19.
Very, very messy.
Marvin, you require 97.
The big pause from Van Velzen once again. He could go double-double.
57. Anton,
But
you
he
require
could find himself
49.
in trouble here. And it would be a second game which he's squandered opportunities.
Game
Does
shot
go
on
the
sixth
distance, and
flag.
Urslan has
Anton
the darts
Urslan.
in the decider.
7th and final leg. It's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Yes, it could be a case of here we go again for Marvin Van Velzen. Remember, in his opening game of the day, he was 3-0 up and lost that game 4-3. He's going the distance again in game 2. His opponent has the throw.
6.
Crucially, doesn't find a treble.
$135.
He wasn't happy when Anton Urslan won that previous leg. He knows he's put himself in this position, only has himself to blame. You wouldn't have seen it at home, but he did respond rather angrily, and there is no doubt as to what is the problem. You can see the checkout ratio in this game, but across 2 games, Marvin Van Velzen has missed
96.
25 darts at double.
42.
Yeah, and you think the obvious answer is get back on the practice board after this one and just practice solely on your doubles, but it just doesn't always work that way. It's just almost like that belief in your mind is what the key to the success of doubles are.
$140.
If it was earlier on in the game, I'd probably ask you what muscle memory means to you, Chris. So maybe a question I will ask you when it comes to doubles, because you'll hear that term. They go for double 16 because of muscle memory. But I'll maybe talk about that next game, because this one is coming to the conclusion.
Requires 70.
Well, Van Velzen has had a strong hold on the match. He had a strong hold on his previous match. He's going to get a match start here. He cannot seem to cross the line.
Antonio require 140.
And he cannot seem to hit a double top. He will be hoping to be back to attack that same target. But the way the day has gone so far, how much confidence has he got going for this?
62.
But these are the opportunities you pray for.
40.
He's gone the distance. He was against the dart. He was second favourite at the beginning of this leg. Can he see out the win? Yes, he can. He gets over there in the end. A little bounce in the step there. Very disappointed, dejected Swede as he just shakes the hands there of the referee. Marvin Van Velzen needed that win. He's fighting for that place of third, which would take him into Group B. It was a little bit scrappy at times. We're so used to seeing Marvin Van Velzen on that stage with big averages and huge successes. He was the better player. But the one starting statistic in his opening game, he was 3 from 17 on the outer ring. Slightly better with 4 from 17. That will need to improve for the Dutchman as we move on to the next game. It's going to be David Mail against Jim McEwen.
Welcome back. 6 games down on Wednesday here at the Modus Super Series, and here is what has happened so far. Kurt Parry continues his crusade to the top of Group A. He's won both of his games 4-1, looking a shoe-in now for finals night. Anton Ersland beating Scott Taylor. Jim McEwen coming back from 3-0 down to defeat Marvin van Velzen. Taylor beating Mail, Parry beating McEwen, and then van Velzen getting over the line against Ersland. And the real battle in terms of the table is now for third place. That clash between Van Velzen and Jim McEwen could prove conclusive come the end of the day, but Van Velzen has kind of cancelled it out a little with that victory before the break there. Whoever finishes third will go into Group B. It looks like they'll join Scott Taylor in that, and Kurt Parry needs just 4 legs, or Scott Taylor, to lose between now and the end of the day to secure his qualification. The next match is the man at the bottom of the table, David Mail, taking on Jim McEwen, and we will be really focused on this thrilling fight for third, Glenn. Van Velzen has asked the question. McEwen needs to come up with the answer.
Yeah, it's been pretty straightforward for Jim in the battle between himself and David Mail, but he's looked a little bit out of sorts there, and I've put it down to various things, but he just sort of grimaced a little bit as he was throwing his practice dart, just held his arm and his elbow on his throwing arm.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And I often highlight the fact that it is tough, so especially when you get over the age of 50 as well, and you certainly know when you've had a day of darts the next day. And for Jim to be starting off in Group A, which has been so good, and under this Modus Super Series banner, but he just sort of held his elbow there. I'm just trying to think of anything why he's not at his incredible best. But he goes into this one a big favourite.
Yeah, he's had a difficult day, Jim McEwen, despite that game that he managed to turn around against Marvin van Velzen. It was as much to do with Marvin's misses as it was to do with McEwen's hits. And then Kurt Parry brought him back down to earth with a 4-1 drubbing just a couple of games ago.
28.
Now, Jim, you've got Mail as he takes on David in game 7 of today's 15.
95.
I'm not saying there is a problem with the arm of Jim McEwen, but you know the problem when you have that is that you're waiting for the pain. You're waiting for, and you're not always 100% focused on following their arm through that you need to
85.
Throw the dart you like to do. You might come off and say, no such problem. There was just something landed on my arm, but I'm just trying to come up with something why Jim's not at his A game at the moment.
Maybe suddenly you'll find it.
140. David, you require 148.
Second ton 40 of the opening leg from the Scotsman, but it could be a 148 here. Not quite.
100.
But it does put
Jim,
the
you
pressure on this 108.
108.
Talk about old-fashioned routes.
I don't get it at all.
72.
He's such a tops man.
David, you require
Why is he not
48.
going 14 with a second dart?
Game shot on the first leg.
Mail
David Mail.
lands a dart in the target we would have expected McEwen to have gone for.
Yeah, a little bit of poetic justice
Second
there,
leg,
isn't
it's
the
Jim
fact
to
that
the
he hits the
first.
tops after
Game on.
Jim McEwen decided not to go that route.
$85.
I think Mail would have looked at performances today from his next two opponents, McEwen and Van Velzen, and thought maybe, just maybe, there are points to be had here.
Yeah, we felt that at the beginning of the day. I mean, every time he gets on that stage, there's a proven winner he's up against. But by day 3, you soon realise which players are not playing as well.
44.
I guess Jim McEwen was one player he could target. I mean, there's been no such problem as we mentioned earlier so far for Jim against David. But a good start here.
58.
Reacts quite frustrated to that low dart. That's
96.
for him a difficult one to navigate, which is why he switched.
60.
Yeah, and I'm pretty confident it's not the fact that it's tension or anxiety, which can, a term you'll often use. I think it is bordering on frustration.
100. 59. 136.
This time he does choose to tee up tops.
Should go downstairs. Needs the treble to leave a finish.
58. Jimmy
Plenty
require
of
40.
time on the side of Jim McEwen.
Game
1-1.
shot on his second leg. Jim McEwen.
I just remembered, Glenn, pardon the pun, you were going to tell me about muscle memory,
Third
weren't
leg,
you?
it's
Do you
David
remember
to
when you
throw
had
first.
muscles?
Game on.
Yeah, what's your theory on muscle memory?
Be more specific.
I hear a
Do you
term.
think it's
I hear a term so
70.
much as that.
Are you saying, do I think it exists?
I think it does exist, but what do you think it means?
Almost, in darting terms, almost the ability to do things on autopilot without really having to
83.
So
think
that's
about
the
what you're
mind
doing.
being the, because the only memory, muscle memory you have is in the brain. It's that confidence. So when I would look at a double 16,
59.
the confidence would come. So it's not like you look at your bicep and say, right, double 16. I think the muscle memory just comes with that replication, that rhythm, and that confidence of when you're seeing a double.
Yeah, I think it's something that's
100.
spoken about, isn't it, with rhythm players in a more physical way. You're saying it's more of a mental thing.
100%.
96.
Yeah, there was a time where I just thought, I cannot miss double 16. And there was, and on the same dartboard on the same day, if I looked at double 10, I knew me back leg would kick. I'd have no confidence, no belief.
100.
Yet someone said to me, if I throw 200 darts a night at double 18, will I get better at it? Because that's your muscle memory, isn't it?
60.
Yeah, there was once a time when people would say, any dart player, any double, to keep a roof over my head, Glenn Durrant, double 16. I hope you've apologised to them all, Glenn.
140.
Now I'll go for treble 20 and hit double 16. Wait till I win the seniors next week. You can apologise then.
Well, there would be occasions when people would say Jim McEwen and double top,
requires
but that hasn't been
88.
the case today. In fact, it hasn't been the case this week. How does he fancy double 12? Again, he's pulling those doubles low. The darts at double are often going low.
Game shot on
That's
his
low,
third
but it's
leg.
in the
Jim
bed,
McEwen.
and that's all that matters. McEwen leads 2-1, break of throat.
Fourth leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, David Mail can't really get a break right now, can he? We're talking about his opponent really struggling, maybe lacking a little bit of belief, looking a frustrated player.
54.
But averaging just shy of 96 going into those three darts. Jim McEwen is playing his
41.
best darts of the day against David.
Yeah, 20-point gap between them at this point.
$80. $68.
Mail's remaining games against Anton Ersland and Marvin van Velzen. McEwen,
93.
meets Scott Taylor and Ersland.
$42.
Yeah, and for David, he has to dig deep right now because this could be a game in Group C tomorrow. And if Jim McEwen goes into that one with a head-to-head of 3-0 and a real comfortable victory here,
86.
what would help? There's a 180-170 finish here for David Mill. It's on.
125. $92. $47. Jimmy require 96.
For a 3-1 lead. I was going to say, would it be a conservative double 16? He's attacked it.
56.
But I think he'll mind that miss less. Even though it's a gap away, it's not one where he's sort of pulled it low.
100. Jimmy require 40.
To go one away.
$20.
Well, I said David Mill just can't seem to get a break at the moment because his opponents are playing really well against him. It's just the one dart. It's at tops.
38. Jimmy required 20.
So double 10 again for McEwen.
Game
This time he's on the money.
Jim McEwen.
And that's a 2-leg cushion for Chucky.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $63. $60. $95. $83.
Better for Mill. May need to go downstairs. Persevere is on the treble. 20 there. But when that second dart and the way his darts sit up, I would like to have seen him just use that transition down to treble 19. That's the perfect first dart. Complemented with a second.
108.
First 180 of this game. That could be a real deciding factor in this match.
That's been a rarity this week. Matches without maximums.
56.
Seen some power scoring in Group 8.
$94.
And once again, the scoring power
59.
of David Mill's
Jimmy
opponents
require
has
84.
left him behind. A big opportunity for Jim McEwen for the match. Does he go 14 bull? It's treble 14 for double 11. First match dart.
62. David, you require 147.
Big ask for Mail. Can he clear the 147? He could. Oh, that is sensational.
David Mail.
First class Mail. A 147 finish
Flag. It's Jim to
to
throw
keep
first.
his hopes alive in this
Game on.
contest.
Yeah, and bearing in mind his highest finish going into this game was 84. That's a moment he won't forget, a real special moment.
Mail delivered there.
134.
He stamped his authority on that 147, didn't he?
84.
What has McEwen got in response?
108!
His 22nd 180 of the week. Like I said, a very similar to Marvin Van Velzen's Jim McEwen. At times he's looked at his brilliant
57.
best. But his doubles this week have been his Achilles heel. He's had moments with his scoring power. But when he finds that treble 20 bed, it looks as good as ever.
97.
Well, he could start on the ball. He's got room to do that.
90.
But he opts for the treble 18 instead. Again, I don't get it. If he hits a big 9 here, he could cause all sorts of problems. But he has managed to find that winning double. And McEwen defies the brilliant 147 that kept Mayle in the match and goes on to win it. An average of 93. That was a good performance from McEwen. A couple of 180s in there as well. The 90 checkout sealed the victory for him, but the standout moment was the 147 from Mayle. The points, though, go to McEwen, and that is crucially important in this battle for third place. Marvin Van Velzen looking to respond when he takes on second place Scott Taylor after this.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. And 26 180s in total last night, I think. Something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9-darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McCall.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match.
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan, defeating Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Heenahan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one in the opening game. Like buses. This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Connie require 141.
Go on, Conor Heenahan.
Conor Heenahan.
Winning the match with the magical 9-dart.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we could be about to crown the Group A winner at the end of this contest, and it's neither of the players on stage, both former champions, about to go head-to-head. Marvin Van Velzen, the reigning and defending champion, taking on the Series 6 winner, Scott Taylor. And this is a group with 3 Series champions in it, yet it's Kurt Parry, who hasn't even won a week, that might be about to be crowned the winner
First
and will
leg,
be
it's Scott to
if
throw
Van
first.
Velzen gets a victory
Game on.
over Taylor here. And if he does that, he puts himself in good stead to finish third as well. But maybe needs to, because Jim McEwen has just moved ahead by 2 points.
100.
Yeah, two players who like to really show their expression of emotions. It's been 2 wins for Scott Taylor, surprisingly, over our reigning champion Van Velzen. I just get the sense that they like playing each other. I get the sense in the players' areas they're playing the alpha male role between them. And a superstar from both. This could be a cracker.
100.
The 180s have been hit that often this week. We've had to use 3 referees in as many
65.
days. Good debut for George Baker yesterday, Glenn.
108.
Superb dart, yeah, delighted for him. Just as nervous as what the players when he was up there. But did a mighty fine job, just as Scott Taylor is as well. I think that was just above the treble 20, but
Marvin, you require 121.
he'll take 76 after 12, sorry, but after 9, Marvin Van Velzen's on to finish himself. Treble 17.
Nowhere near. So
43.
Taylor returns.
76
76 required. 60. Found. 16. Not found
72.
in 2 parts. So Van Velzen
you
can
require
break
78.
in a day that's seen a real run of breaks of throw. Only match 1 out of the opening 7 was won by the player with the darts.
Yeah, just an incredible amount of missed big numbers and missed darts at a double as well.
38.
That's
Scott,
got
you
to
require
hurt.
4. Game shot
Very
of
aggressive.
flag. Scott Taylor.
Right in the middle of the bed there to a quizzed look there from Scott Taylor.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first.
Personally,
Game
that
on.
was a decent leg. Just a little bit of missed darts at the end there for Taylor, but he leads 1-0.
Yeah, 16 dart start.
100.
Didn't have to survive any darts at double because of Marvin's missed big number. And now Taylor is taking us to Tungsten Town.
80.
I'll tell you what, if there's... the bookies might have taken a bit of a bashing this week if people have gone with both players to hit a 180 in a game, because we've just seen an incredible amount of maximums. You just sense there's something in this game between the pair of them.
60.
A real upturn in pace, certainly an upturn in aggression, because Van Velzen can give it out as well, certainly when he wins a leg.
Well, you mentioned that sort of alpha male, the
97.
tungsten testosterone tie here. And we spoke about earlier in the week which players have had that stage presence, former champions
67.
in particular. And I think both
Marvin,
of
you
these are starting to
require
get it. Taylor this week
164.
has been more like the aggressive style of Conan Whitehead, the Series 1 winner, than, say, the more passive play of someone like
95.
Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, I like it to come internally. I like aggression. You've got to
59.
have that as
Marvin,
part
you
of your game.
require 69.
But both of these show that externally. And Van Velzen will demonstrate that if this 69 goes in for double 18.
Game shot on his second leg. Marvin Van
Often with the
Velzen.
obligatory fist bumper, it was almost get in there. A little bounce in the step.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Enjoying this one.
Game on.
Yeah, it's a really good game. He answers. 16 dart start from Taylor with a 14 dart leg of his own. That's a nice, neat finish as well.
95.
Unorthodox, a treble 11, double 18 combo, but it worked well for him.
Yeah, he's good. He's good nous around the board. Good board management, Van Velzen. You don't often see him
58.
left on a bogey number. I mean, Scott Taylor has created finishes I haven't seen before. Often using double 14 as a real
83.
go-to double. Just looking at his record earlier, we talked about how he went on to produce that highest ever stage average in the BDO at the World Darts Trophy. But I was looking at his PDC record.
39.
We mentioned over the past couple of days he's reached a final of a Players' Championship, but he had a plethora of 180s. His highest average is over 108, so the ceiling's there for Scott Taylor. And maybe that's just part of the frustration when he plays darts at the
85.
moment, when you know that you're much better than you're demonstrating right now. But I think the answer's what he told us on Monday morning. He's not putting the graft in, he's not putting the work in. you can't expect to get up there and bang those 108 averages if you're not doing the work.
$140.
Carrying on the high standard here, Taylor.
98.
Couple of 180s in the match. He's averaging 95,
98.
looking to take out 98. Treble 18. Leaves double 12. Lovely, lovely finish
leg, Scott Taylor.
from Scott Taylor to take the lead in this one.
He absolutely loves double 12, doesn't he?
Fourth leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Lots of quality in those averages there. Good taste to it.
57.
Just a little caveat here that we haven't really focused on is that Marvin Van Velzen on 12 points, Jim McEwen's on 14, Scott Taylor is on 16. If Van Velzen beats him here, they're both just one win behind Taylor. It could still go wrong for Scott, this, because he's got McEwen and Parry left to play.
Yeah, McEwen next as well, and maybe that's why the
99.
added aggressions there from Scott Taylor. I think he probably identifies this is the game. I also get the sense that Scott Taylor will enjoy
45.
a night game playing in that Group B. Don't think he'll particularly want to come back tomorrow afternoon.
Gave the board a good old stare again then, didn't he? We've seen plenty of that this week.
It's back to Monday, isn't it?
140. $60. $85. $81. Marvin, you require 120.
Kind of been a bit one-sided, haven't they, the legs in this game? Player throwing first, getting the early opportunities.
$80.
Fantastic camera work there, as we can see the Shanghai attempt. It was a beautiful second dart, just to get over that first dart.
Marvin, you
The reason it
require
took a while to
40.
deliver was because he had to move his hockey position, didn't he?
Game shot of fourth
And he does
flag.
tie up the
Marvin
game
Van
at
Velzen.
2-2.
Look, I guess if there's one thing that Marvin will be thinking, he's got to improve on that
Fifth
double
flag,
top.
it's Scott to throw first.
That's his go-to double.
Game on.
It hasn't been as solid as he'd want to be, but when he needed it in that leg, right bang in the middle. Still plenty of time to produce your best darts this week. Once again,
140.
the player throwing first, starting off beautifully.
Yeah, this is much better from Marvin Van Velzen. 2 out of 3 on the doubles. That's a massive improvement. And a second 180 there as he attacks the Taylor throw.
100.
I mean, this is how sad I am. I was watching the throw of Scott Taylor from when he won Modus last time.
140.
Really something very special there from Van Velzen. He might be thinking that really snap dart he's thrown at the moment is the best of him. But when he was
91.
winning series and winning competitions, it was less aggressive. Not an awful lot. He's always thrown with pace, with aggression. But I just think you need just to take that real
97.
snap away from it right now.
Scott, you require
Well, this leg so far has been all
170.
about Van Velzen. But Taylor could take out a flash finish here. On the ball. Oh,
Game
it's
shot on the fifth
absolutely
leg.
sensational.
Scott Taylor.
Van Velzen kicked off with 5 perfect darts. And
Sixth
Scott
flag, it's
Taylor
Marvin to throw first. Game
sticks
on.
his tongue out at Marvin Van Velzen, having just stuck in the biggest finish. What a reaction. What a finish.
82.
What a match.
What did I say about the alpha male? I think that just answers our own question there. You'd expect a fist pump. After banging in a 170, there was no reaction, no emotion at all
57.
whatsoever from the Dutchman.
I'm not sure I've seen that before.
I'm a little tongue-tied myself now.
58.
Prepared to be a meme, Scott.
100.
And he's no stranger to netting the big fish, Scott Taylor. That's now his 4th on the Super Series stage. Only Jared Cole has hit as many.
Jared who?
108.
In a leg that Van Velzen was threatening a 9-darter as well, Glenn. Of course, he did have a 9-darter when he qualified last time.
140.
Yeah, stunning match. You see the real upturn in pace, that aggression between the pair of them. It's almost like I want to be at the front of the queue. Both producing their best darts right now.
127.
The funny thing is, Van Velzen has no clue what Taylor did to react. He wasn't looking at him, was he? He will find out pretty quickly, and he goes in the practice room, I feel
96.
sure.
Marvin, you require 54.
Yeah, it was quite funny, wasn't it?
Certainly we'll get a few tongues wagging. Now then, Tops, what was he
Game shot on the 6th
going to
leg.
respond
Marvin
like?
Van Velzen.
Fairly muted. We do get the fist bump and the thumbs up all in one.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Snarling Scott Taylor. Look at this. Aggression
100.
with a capital A.
Yeah, we didn't see that as much yesterday. There's definitely even another notch above this on Monday.
46.
The game of the day so far by a long stretch. The averages are superb, the quality's superb, but who's got that final bit at the end of this match?
Yeah, really good stuff in this game. 5 180s.
99.
Both averaging mid to high 90s. And everything quite neat and tidy. Just a couple of legs
45.
going 1 dart over 5 visits. That dozen darter from Taylor was the one with the 170 checkout when it looked like Van Velzen was going to take full control of the match.
53.
However, scores are 67 and 45 in the last 6 darts of Scott Taylor, and scores are 46 and 53 in this leg from Marvin Velvet. Tells its own story that they might just be feeling it right now. Interesting that Scott used his experience there just to take a sip of his
99.
drink. Just to go through that reset. He's a ton ahead here. Marvin will start on the 19s on 303.
Well, that now confirms that Scott Taylor has 2 visits to convert 190. Oh dear. Good save for the last.
78.
Yeah, family will be shouting, keep it simple, Scott. That's those split-second decisions that you make. Quite simply, 6 darts and 217 for Marvin was the task. That last dart just keeps it interesting.
Scott, you require 112.
2 finishes that both of them will fancy. It's the 18 Drew, so you'll stay there for double top.
72.
Well, could there be
Marvin,
a sucker punch here?
132.
The 170 was amazing from Scott Taylor, but Marvin Van Velzen could produce an equally stunning shot here. 132 to win. Another. Oh, so close
92.
yet so far.
Scott, you require 40.
For the match.
$30. Marvin, you require 40.
Did he want it too much? That hurts. The tongue's out again, but this time at himself. And Marvin Van Velzen punishes the miss. Crosses the line. The big blow in the game was dealt to Van Velzen. It was a 170 checkout, a stunning one from Scott Taylor, but in the end, it counted for nothing. As Marvin Van Velzen continues this freaky run of matches won against the darts. That's now 7 on the spin And Van Velzen was good value for the victory. He played well in the game, 96.15 the average, 4 out of 5 on the doubles, and managing to bat back against that stunning 170 that Scott Taylor took out in the game. And that means that he's now dragged into this Group B battle. Jim McEwen and Scott Taylor will play in a couple of games' time, and that victory, of course, for Marvin Van Velzen means that Kurt Parry has won Group A ahead of his game against Anton Östlund, which is coming next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we can confirm Kurt Parry as the winner of Group A. He's done it with 3 games to spare. Stunning stuff from Kurt. As you can see, Scott Taylor, after that defeat before the break to Marvin Van Velzen, can only now get to a maximum of 20 points, and Kurt Parry already has 22. So he will be going through to finals night on Saturday. He can start to think about his plans for Thursday and Friday, but they won't involve playing on a Super Series stage. That will be the case for Anton Östlund, who is going to be playing in the afternoon sessions in Group C. But Parry, a very, very good winner. 3 games to spare. That's pretty much as early as you can do it, Glenn. And I have to say as well, in a group where we've got 3 series champions, this is extra impressive.
Yeah, never once predicted this. I didn't predict for
First
Kurt
leg,
Parry
it's
to
Kurt to throw
win it,
first.
let alone dominate it like he has. And I honestly
Game
thought
on.
it was a group that was going to go down to the penultimate game. We were even talking sort of off-air on Monday that it could go down to legs difference, but
66.
that man in your picture just retrieving his darts has been head and shoulders above of all of the players.
45.
I certainly wouldn't want to take my foot off the gas. Like I say, you could make a real statement of intent as well. I'm going to Saturday night
99.
with 26 points, 28 points from an unbelievable group. And the only match he lost so far was 4-3.
Yeah, had a 4-3 win against Östlund on Monday, 4-2 yesterday against the Swede. Still has Van Velzen and Taylor to play. They currently occupy second and third, so he's going to have a big say in that situation as well. Just 2 points between 3 players, Taylor, Van Velzen and McEwen, and 2 of those players are going to go head-to-head next.
140.
McEwen takes on Taylor. That was a belter of a previous game, Glenn, wasn't it?
Game of the day by a long stretch, and you felt there was more to it. We had that incredible moment with the 170, and then the reaction from him as well in Scott Taylor. They're probably having a laugh about it backstage right now.
102.
But it's no laughing matter for Kurt Parry. It's just business. Add that to the collection.
Kurt Parry.
Free rolling, Kurt Parry. Brilliant start. 15 dart hold of throw. The only player all day to have won a game in which he threw first. That was the very first game of the day when he beat David Mail 4-1.
57.
It's the best game in the world, the best sport in the world when you're playing well. On a different day, doing something like that is incredibly difficult. And right now, he's just got to keep that momentum going. Because as I've said a few times, come Saturday night, we saw that with John Henderson. He dominated
44.
Group A last week. Another really tough Group A. And then lost that opening game before he had that spectacular second win.
96.
It's quite a significant darting day. If you look back in history, Ross Smith won the European Championship on this day in 2022. Michael van Gerwen won it on this day in 2016. And Mark Webster, actually a 9-dart finish on this day in 2011 at a Players' Championship in Benidorm, of all places.
54.
I'd make a comeback if that was the case. Yeah, Players' Championship starts today.
59.
There'll be a lot of excited professional players.
154.
Look at the back end of the season. But one excited player right now is Kerpai. He will be here on Saturday night, the first player to qualify this week.
Antonio Require, 120.
Producing his best darts of the day. Needs the treble.
56. Kurt, you require 65.
Too good. Good enough.
On the second leg,
2-0.
Kurt Parry.
Yeah, exciting talent. And I think if you are thinking about popping down for a Saturday night of sporting entertainment between now and Christmas, this Saturday might be the one to come to.
59.
Kurt Parry's looking like a Rolls-Royce type player this week. And tickets are available by scanning that QR code. Do you know what?
60.
We've never had a 9-darter on a Saturday night. He's the type of player that could produce it.
100.
What makes you say that? It's almost like he was listening to you there, Chris.
Yeah, another max. Yeah, scan that QR code. It'll take you to dartshop.tv. Part with £2. Yeah, that's all. £2. And you can be in this arena watching 180 after 180 from Kurt Parry.
108.
Just give us a 141 and bust, please, Kurt, just to back up what he said.
$91. Kurt, you require 82.
Well, no 9-darter, but back-to-back 180s
62.
and almost a dozen dart leg.
$140.
So
Kurt,
for
you
a 3-0
require
lead.
20.
Couple of 180s in this leg. But as the day has gone for a lot of the players today, the
Antonio
doubles
requires 70.
has been the Achilles heel. Chance for Osland from absolutely nowhere. He's been second best throughout this game. His first dart at a double, and it's all he needs.
Third leg, Anton
And in
Ursula.
this best of 7 race, just something like that. Missed dart at a double after a couple of 180s.
Fourth leg,
His
it's
opponent gets
Anton
one
to throw
chance,
first.
break a throw,
Game on.
and everything's looking rosy for the Swede now.
Yeah, back on throw.
100. 100.
Yeah, there's a lot of people watching on YouTube, so thanks for your continued supporting us.
100.
Like I said, there's an awful lot of love in that chat room in relation to the throw of Kurt Parry. I think a lot of people have really enjoyed his performances this
60.
week.
Well, it's about managing
100.
what he does now, isn't it, between the end of today and the start of Saturday night. John Henderson pretty much said, I'm not going to throw a dart. I'm not going to
59.
practice Thursday and Friday. He ended up winning the week.
50 plus is what I would add to that. I do think you have to manage your body a lot more when you're getting older, as Osland is beginning from absolutely nowhere. Remember,
177.
he looked dead and buried in this game at 2-0 down, and his opponent on double 10.
100.
Feels
Anthony
like
required 24.
quick of a flash. It's double 12 for 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Anton Ursland.
All square then. And Kurt Parry
Fifth leg, it's
congratulates
Kurt to throw first.
Ursland on getting the two
Game on.
legs. Because that's not easy against me.
I was going to say, someone tell Anton he won the leg.
140.
Need a bit more bounce. But how many Swedes, Scandinavians do we say that about? They're just so cool and calm. You wouldn't have a clue
100.
what the score was with the majority of them.
137.
It was great to see my old sparring partner as well, Daniel Larson, putting in some fantastic performance at the Modus Super Series. It was great to see him just come up a little bit short.
59.
But the Super Swede right now at the Modus Super Series, Andreas Harrison. He's
60.
already through to Champions Week. Previous winner. He is looking as good as any amateur player in the world right now.
80. Kurt, you require 164.
Can we see another special shot from Kurt Parry, deciding against the flashy
85.
finish? Might have wished he'd gone for it now, hasn't left it as handy as he would have hoped.
$50. Kurt, you require 79.
For 3-2.
39. $59. Kurt, you require
Who's missed?
40.
A handful of darts at double consecutively here. Parry will be relieved to see this one go in.
Game
And it
shot
does
on
go
the
in
fifth
dead
leg,
centre.
Kurt Parry. Sixth leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Yes, we likened Kerr Parry's throw, didn't we, on day one to Adrian Lewis, one of the
81.
most aesthetically pleasing throws on the eye. Imagine them playing each other one day. We'd be waxing lyrical then.
60.
Well, we can throw some purple pros on Anton Ursland, the way he's performed in this game.
82.
Yeah, it was a disappointing 4-3 loss to Marvin van Velzen for Osland, but we feel he's throwing the better quality dart of the week. I think he'll become a major player come Group C. Let's see, he might still have... It's looking tough to qualify for Group B for him now.
97.
He's pushing the league leader all the way here. 6 starts away on 184 for a 3-3.
By the way, if I remember rightly, Adrian Lewis and Kurt Parry have played once before. It was in the German Masters. I think it was 2015.
60.
6-3 win to Lewis, an average of 102 for him, and Kurt Parry averaged about 98 himself.
And I'd like you to ask me, who did
98.
he play and beat in the
Antonio
round before
require
that, Kurt Parry?
124.
Who did he beat and play in the round before?
Because I did look.
44. Kurt, you require 164.
Well, he's not going to take this out. I think the answer was Daryl Gurney, wasn't it? Interestingly, in that tournament, Gary Stone was in it. He lost to Michael Van Gerwen. He's playing this week as well, so a little bit of poetry here. John Henderson lost the final of it. He won on Saturday. Earthland looking to keep this game going.
60.
Can't. Kurt Parry heading for Saturday.
40.
Is it going to be another win?
No score.
Well,
Antonio
you
required
can't throw
20.
them any better, Kurt. Hence the reaction there. And Osland to take us the distance.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Anton Ersland.
2 10s for 1 ton.
7 from final leg. It's
So does the
Kurt to
Parry
go
parade
first.
continue,
Game on.
or can Anton stop this winning machine?
140. $60.
Yeah, and this one-leg shootout when you're throwing second after the opponent's gone 1 foot, you have to respond. He's gone trebleless, and Parry, in a blink of an eye, has gone ton 40, ton 40. Big favourite. His to lose from here.
Adrian Lewis, of course, the man we mentioned, the man we may well see at the Modus Super Series next year.
$57.
Could get the rematch, Glenn. But obviously Kurt Parry, we're hoping not. He did express his intention to go to qualifying school, somewhere Adrian won't be going, although he hasn't decided yet if he's going to play in the World Championship qualifier this year.
Yes, he looks as good as ever on the exhibition circuit.
125.
But Kurt Parry will definitely be a name I'll be watching at Q-Skill.
$50. Kurt, you require 39.
The tabletopper continues to impress. Kurt Parry, every time questions are asked, he has the answers. Anton Ersland played his part in a cracking game there. A match that went the distance, the full 7 legs. Everything that Kurt Parry's doing at the moment, no problems whatsoever. Not an awful lot between the averages. They were around about that 90 average throughout. Excellent double in there from Anton Ersland. That'll impress him. He'll bounce back in Group C. That I'm confident of. But this week has been all about Kurt Parry. He is the first player through to Saturday night, and he continues to impress. Another big game coming up next. It's Jim McEwen against Scott Taylor. It's been an absolute masterclass so far by Kurt Parry. 24 points with still 2 games to play for him. He's been absolutely outstanding this week in a really tough Group A campaign. Scott Taylor is up next against Jim McEwen, which is going to be a big game. So still all to play for from positions 2 to 4. But Kurt Parry, once again, was pushed all the way this time by Anton Östlund in the previous game. But 24 points after 13. That is very, very impressive.
Yeah, massive match. This one between that man, Jim McEwen, a former Super Series champion, as is his opponent, Scott Taylor, who you just saw was 2 points clear of Chucky in the table. But that points advantage will be cancelled out if McEwen wins this match. And then if Marvin van Velzen beats Kurt Parry, big if,
First leg, it's Jim to
in
throw
game
first.
12,
Game
the
on.
3 of them would all go into the final round of fixtures on the same number of points.
Yeah, we felt there was going to be some twists and turns. Maybe that, of course, that position's gone. A top position for Kurt Parry, but still all to play for. Positions 2 to 4. And even just watching the practice starts there of Jim McEwen, he just peppered that treble 20. He went 140, 140, 180, and then started the game there with a 140.
Yep.
Been a really up and down Jim McEwen this week.
On the
one thing he's really good at, Chris, is he'll be scrapping all the way to the end.
Yeah, I was just going to say on the flip side, if Taylor wins it, he pretty much guarantees himself that second place. And if he does win it,
100.
he does guarantee himself a Group B spot, of course, because McEwen wouldn't be able to catch him, even though Marvin van Velzen still could.
$68. $100.
Yep, 2 wins out of 2 for Scott Taylor over Jim this week. Tight affairs, 4-3, 4-2.
42.
Was the opening game on Monday morning, this one. First start of the week thrown by that man, who's had that staggering 170 finish and that incredible response. And the 180s keep on racking up.
$42. Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg, Scott Taylor. Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Taylor takes control.
140.
Just does seem to have had a little bit more purpose about him. I think him finishing second in the table would be fair. He has been, for me, the best of the rest.
Yeah, it just seems to be going on that border of that aggression with a throat. That's the only thing. You can just see that snarl. I'd like it just to be a little bit... Yes, it was a lot
41.
smoother. Almost like he'd watched himself yesterday thinking, that's not me. But that 180 again, I was just looking at my numbers if I've got this right, but only 2 games this week without a 180 included in the match. That's been the
46.
devastating quality of these players. Back end of the legs, maybe you could argue that some of the players can do a lot better.
43.
And for Jim McEwen yesterday, he could barely hit a double.
Well, you may have just noticed on the lead into this match that things are going to get frightening tomorrow.
140.
That would have been quite spooky, wouldn't it? You mentioning the maximums, and Jim McEwen almost obliged by chucking one in.
Yeah, well, I'm confident he will because
59.
he's way over the 20 mark, which is a real good indication that his scoring is there. It's just the inconsistency. But when you get a first start like that, you would have expected more. And that's the problem with Jim. You could visually see the body movement. You could visually see he's let go on that dart, just not at the right time for him.
$41. Jimmy require 113.
Triple 18 would leave his beloved tops. Just took a moment to do the maths. That's something that needs to be automatic, isn't it?
Yeah, we're seeing that with Parry. We're seeing that with Van Velzen. You know, some of us are really good counters, some of us aren't. You know, it's one of the worst counters ever is Phil Taylor. How many times did he leave a bogey number? But for Jim McEwen, he's down to a finish. Friend or four, double top.
$16. Scott,
On
you
this
require
occasion,
132.
it's the latter, and Taylor will take a look at 132. The bullseye was begging to be hit had he found the treble 19.
60. Jim, you require 40. Game shot on his second leg, Jim McEwen.
McEwen breaks back.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $57.
Yeah, you just sense with that game with Scott Taylor against Martin Van Velzen, it increased his frustrations and his snarl. But when you're playing the more methodical Jim McEwen, you know, the adrenaline's not pumping through that body like it normally would. And I think that suits Scott Taylor. I see he's had a couple of wins over Jim this week.
88. $46. $140.
Just the one maximum in this game so far. McEwen with two treble turns.
57.
Taylor with a couple of those.
$100.
Really solid leg of dart here from Jim McEwen. Scott needs more than that. He has to stay there. He doesn't want to go down because then you're leaving the potential bogey number. And that was the problem.
84.
That first half
Jimmy
being so
require
awkward. So advantage to
116.
the Scott. He'll start on the 19s and the 116. Again, that's tricky. Doesn't need to move. Or maybe he did.
56. $139.
Lovely setup by Scott
Jimmy
Taylor, putting
requires
pressure on
60.
McEwen. And 60 is not a nice finish for anybody whose darts stand up. Pick a side. Well, you can see just a little bit more available there to the right.
20.
Couldn't find it.
Scott,
Flick
you
the flight.
require
And now
40.
Taylor can take advantage.
Yeah, the hurt when they bang on the wire. Because I'm telling you, when he let go of that last dart there, he thought that was in. For a breaker
Takes on
throw.
the third leg, Scott
Taylor
Taylor.
takes control of this game. Both players don't look the happiest right now.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, nothing frustrates a dart player more than going low on a treble. Just gathering his thoughts in the background,
60.
Scott Taylor.
$40. 100.
Yeah, when you're not practicing like Scott Taylor's admitted to, you want the old Scott Taylor. You want the dynamic scoring, the
96.
energetic play. And when it doesn't, that's when the frustration can really kick in. I think he's done absolutely fine this week. A real foundation to build on this week.
85. $82.
Just keeping his nose ahead in this one, but only 66 points behind is Jim. That treble, if it can be followed with another one, would make him favourite for this leg.
100.
So this leg very much in the balance still. That's the perfect dart for Taylor.
162.
Absolutely
Jimmy require
outstanding.
156.
A double 14 is a real go-to double these days for Scott Taylor. But will he be back?
100.
So to move
Scotty
closer
require
to
28.
securing that Group B spot, Taylor taking aim, a double 14,
Gauge
and
on the
as
fourth
Glenn
leg,
Durant
Scott Taylor.
predicted, Taylor takes it out.
Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Of course, defeat
Game
for
on.
Jim McEwen here really does give Marvin Van Velzen the upper hand as well in that race, because he would have a game in hand, although that game is against the runaway Group A winner, Kurt Parry.
I'm going to look for a favour from you now, Chris. If Scott Taylor does qualify for Saturday night and we interview the players like we always do, did Scott
100.
see what we're seeing? Did he feel what we're seeing? That emotion, was it going over the line? Did he realise that he's maybe just taken it to his detriment? Because it's right borderline at the moment. Because I'm seeing positive stuff for a player that's openly admitting he's not practicing. He's in a cracking position, especially if he can see out this win here against Jim.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear is the
81.
difference in an interview at the end of the week compared to the one he gave on Monday, when he did speak about not knowing where his game was at.
$96.
Tough nut to crack as McEwen.
140.
Really enjoying these mid-games. We had a real battle royal with Scott Taylor and Marvin Van Velzen in the game of the day. And then that was followed by Kurt Parry with another 7-leg thriller with Osland. And Scott Taylor maybe just 6 darts away from victory here. Jim just planning his attack.
Yeah, we're just ticking things off now as the day goes on. Kurt Parry has just been confirmed as the champion. Scott Taylor here could be confirmed as a Group B player. Mayle and Ursuline will definitely be in Group C, so it'll just be Van Velzen and McEwen fighting it out for Group B, which is pretty much what we thought would happen at the start of the day, Glenn.
Yeah, the tongue was out again for Scott Taylor. But he knows he will be back because Jim McEwen has left a bogey number.
99.
And for a big victory for Scott Taylor, his third of the week over Jim McEwen, and cement his place in Group B. Double 10. And he gets over that winning line. Another great performance from Scott Taylor there. He's been involved in some fantastic games. And for Jim McEwen, you can see a little bit of the frustration there. But he will be back. That I am confident about. But for Scott Taylor, round about that 90 average mark again. Really solid. 4 from 6 on the outer ring. That was a real deciding factor. Scott Taylor, he qualifies for Group B. And up next, it's Anton Osland against David Mayle.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the Bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said Bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Number 4 for the title.
Game shot out the net. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that pie face dominated throughout.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this excellent Group A is really beginning to take shape right now. Parry has been an outstanding performer this week, and he's comfortably qualified for Saturday night. And we've just on the back of a victory for Scott Taylor over Jim McEwen, and Scott Taylor guarantees his position in Group B. And the two players in your picture there will definitely be playing in Group C. So it's all come together right now. The only thing that's outstanding, who will be in Group B and who will be in Group C between
First
Marvin
leg,
van
it's Anton
Velzen
to throw first.
and Jim McEwen.
Game on.
Yeah, these two in Group C with one of those players, Luke Smith at ADC qualifier in Davidson, Michael Huntley and Scott Baker. The action getting underway
59.
from 1 p.m. UK time on Thursday. And then Gary Stone, Shane Hayward, Mark Durbridge,
35.
Scott Taylor and Van Velzen or McEwen in Group B tomorrow night. And make sure you do join us for those sessions, because things are going to be a little
95.
different around here tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a Group C of unpredictability for me, as
140.
Mike Huntley, who I've followed him for a while, I've been watching him on the seniors, wins a lot of opens, and I've watched him in Group A campaigns here.
140.
Have a real nightmare and then be sat top of the table in Group C, so he can be unpredictable. And then the super fast, super quick Scott Baker as well. So that could be someone, that could be utter brilliance. Oh, that could be all to play for, that one.
139.
Well, 2 games to go for these two today. Can David Mayle end this losing streak?
134. Antonia requires 68.
Double top.
28. David, you require 132.
The champagne shot.
Nothing to celebrate.
46. Antonia require 40. Game shot on the first leg, Anton Ersland. Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think that man in your picture there will fancy his chances in Group C. He's just gradually getting better. It's not giant strides today.
43.
He looks fresh. He looks more competitive.
$56. $85. $100.
Yeah, it's a funny one with Osland. If he hits the target, absolutely fine. He's hit plenty of 180s to confirm that. But when he misses the treble 20, he's miles away.
97.
Have you seen enough to think that he could get out of that Group C?
Only because of his talent, his results previously, but he hasn't impressed me this week. I think he needs to step up a notch or two. I've seen him gradually get better. And it's a Group C he should, in my opinion, be qualifying from. But that's wayward. Miles away.
59.
Well, he does lead the match. He does have the darts. But still today, Kurt Parry is the only player to have won with the throw in the entire day. He's done it twice.
57.
Once against Ersland, actually. The other time was against Mail, funnily enough. Thought tomorrow was supposed to be the spooky series.
$79.
Haven't got anything planned for the commentators, have you? Please say no. This is good.
Just bring your best Halloween-based puns, Glenn. How about that?
107.
All right, Pumpkin.
$71.
That was nearly a turnip
David,
for the books.
52.
Gets no better than that. I do apologise. He's put himself in positions. He's sticking to tops.
Game shot on the second
much
leg,
better, David Mail.
Mail.
Is that some sort of Teesside tradition, that turnips rather than pumpkins?
Well, certainly at my age, yeah. It's more Americanised now,
It's
isn't it?
Anton to throw first.
And because I'm
Game
from
on.
Middlesbrough, they're a lot cheaper than a pumpkin. So.
Yeah, I wonder what the treats are around there.
Listen, the penny for a guy in June in Middlesbrough.
60. $93.
Well, it started this week promisingly for David Mail when he won a game on Monday, but it has turned into a bit of a horror movie for him. And he has to do what we say quite often at the end of a Wednesday, is reset and remember that tomorrow everybody's on zero again.
125.
Yeah, very likeable, isn't he? You want him to succeed.
140.
And you can look at ways, but in the end, you've got to look at quality as well. His scoring power has to improve.
125.
When he gets opportunities, he's got to take all
164.
When you're stating the obvious for him, but
100.
we've seen so many things
David,
change
you
from Group A to Group C.
158.
He has to keep believing.
Well, he had that stunning 147 earlier today, not taking out the 158.
98. Anton, you require.
But that's enough to make
64.
Anton think.
Yeah, crucial moment in this one, but that's really solid opening dart. For a holder throw.
60. David, you require 60. $40. Anton, you require 4.
And I'm adamant, if he's got a couple of wins under his belt today, that 60 goes in.
Game shot on the third leg.
But when you're
Anton
struggling
Ersland.
and you're on this losing streak, you miss, your opponent hits.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
So 2-1 to Anton. Van Velzen, Parry to follow
95.
this. A big game for Marvin. Parry, well, it won't make a difference. All he's doing now is trying to rack up as many points as possible.
45.
Yeah, imagine going into Saturday night with 28 points, especially when we were sat saying 20 points could be enough.
40. 44. 6.
And that 28 points, by the way, if he does get there, will equal the record. Nobody's ever done the perfect Group A campaign. So something else for Parry to be proud of if he wins his last couple of matches.
140.
Yeah, we had that fantastic run of David Evans and that beautiful leg difference. But I do remember, I'm sure Jim McEwen missed out on losing his last game.
84.
So he was on 28 points going into his final game in that Group A.
Yeah, that was in Southampton in the same tournament, same format.
95.
But not in this venue. The players to have done it in this venue: David Evans, this is 28, 14 out of 15. Wesley Plazier, Shane McGurk, Alex Spellman.
128.
And our very own Scott Mitchell.
Yes, I remember Spellman one now.
135. David, you require 94.
Does he go direct on the treble 18? And that's the route he says, not guaranteeing himself the dart, at least at the bullseye. Does seem to be the modern way. I think you called it the old-fashioned route of starting on the bullseye.
42.
For a 3-1 lead. Break a
It's
throw.
on the fourth flag, Anton Ursula.
No reaction once again from Osland, but I think quietly but effective. He's getting on
Fifth flag,
with his
it's
job
Anton
right
to
now.
go first.
Maybe I am getting more confident that he'll still have a big part to play.
$59. $60. $100. $140.
He's keeping on scrapping. He's keeping on fighting. There's a lot to like about David Mill.
100. $58.
It's easy for your head to go down. Fair play to him, but Osland is looking determined. He's looking focused.
140.
He's looking like the player I expected to see from the first dart on Monday. And is he moments away from reaching double figures in this Group A campaign and gets himself to 10 points.
Anton, you require 100.
Yeah, good finish to today. Could help him tomorrow. Just confidence-wise.
25.
Any good finish could help David
you
Mell's
require
confidence. What about this one?
146.
Will be the 19th route. We did see that in the previous game with Kurt Parry.
86. Anton, you require 77.
That's good. That's
Get
very
shot and
good.
the match, Anton Ursland.
And it's job done for 1 ton as Anton Ursland gets a 4-1 win over David Mayle, who, well, it's that familiar feeling, isn't it? Defeat, unfortunately for David, in a group of Goliaths. David is not managing to land any blows, but he will have one more chance today when he faces Marvin van Velzen. He'll be back in Group C with Anton Ursland tomorrow. Coming next, though, Van Velzen continues his bid to be in Group B, and he is trying to stop Kurt Parry from equaling the points record in Group A.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish a 12 dart leg
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece Robinson.
that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and just reliving one of the great moments on that stage. Cameron Crabtree just leaving himself a finish to be a series champion, and then Andreas Harrison pulls off, for me, the best finish we've seen on that stage. And that man knows exactly what it feels like to lift that trophy. It hasn't been his week so far. I'm sure he'll bounce back. Will Marvin Van Velzen still playing for that Group C, Group B campaign, but he is up against a player who's just riding the crest of a wave in Kurt Parry.
Game on.
A real potential to create his own record and join an illustrious list of players who've reached 28 points, something I didn't expect in this group. I thought it was going to be a lot tighter than this. But for Marvin Van Velzen, this is a real benchmark to see exactly where his game's at right now. He's up against the best player of the group so far. Can he produce his best starts?
83.
Yep, absolutely right. Neither myself, Glenn Durrant, I'm sure none of you watching expected any kind of domination from any darts player in this group, but it has come
45.
remarkably from one of the players that isn't a former champion. Three of them are, including the defending champ Marvin Van Velzen. Kurt Parry has taken them all apart
100.
and could collect that record points haul that Glenn mentioned. Just to recap, David Evans, Wesley Plaisir, Shane McGurk, Alex Spellman and Scott Mitchell, and the leader of that league table
81.
is David Evans, who did it with a plus 36 leg difference. The best Parry could manage today is plus 35 if he wins 4-0, 4-0.
60. $59.
Yeah, Kurt Parry said despite the fact he's way ahead of everybody, he hasn't been too delighted with the way he's playing. Well, it was roundabout when he played Marvin Van Velzen yesterday, his second game, where he had just shy of a 97 average, and he backed that up with a 98 average in his next game to demonstrate his real high ceiling of averages and what he can do. Nothing wrong with going down for the 19s here.
99. Kurt, you require 118.
Kurt Parry just seems to have everybody's number at the moment. And is it 118? Absolutely, just beautiful.
Kurt Parry.
Just almost an air of arrogance as
as he just looks over at the
Second leg,
scoreboard
it's
there.
Kurt to throw first.
It's a great feeling, Chris,
Game
when
on.
you're up there demonstrating your real best qualities.
Yeah, and I think the odds compilers will revise
59.
their selections for Saturday, the way he's imposed himself in this group. KP has gone nuts
97.
in Group 8.
Yes, KP is at everyone for 6 so far.
85.
I guess most of them arrived on Sunday, and yet you have your hopes for the week, your dreams and
60.
aspirations, but it couldn't have gone any better, this Group A campaign. But I think he'd be very aware not to get ahead of himself. You know, really, it's just job done for
68.
qualification. Doesn't matter how you get through. We've had people just with a last start qualifying 3rd place in Group B and then going to win a Saturday night. But he must be delighted. He wants to give himself a bit of
100.
credit for what he's done this week.
Interestingly, in this series, only one player who didn't start the week in Group 8
140.
has gone on to win it. Well, that was Paul Hogan. Beat Devon Peterson in the final. Every other player that's won in this series, 6 out of 7, have started their week in Group 8. Whether they've done like John Henderson did and then had 2 days off and won it, or whether they've played in a secondary
80.
group. They've all started on a Monday, apart from Hogan.
149.
It was a beautiful 1-1-8 in the first one. It was nearly backed up with a 1-4-9.
Marvin, you require
But he
164.
sat pretty. And we're waiting for the magic from Marvin van Velzen.
$124. Kurt, you require
Well, in normal
52.
circumstances, you say excellent setup play. But the way this man's playing at the moment,
Game shot on the
you
second
just don't
leg.
expect
Kurt
to be
Parry.
back. Parry, absolutely outstanding. There's an argument to suggest that the job's done for him.
Third leg, it's
He
Marvin
just
to
looks
throw
as
first.
focused as ever.
Game on.
He wants to just put one over on Marvin van Velzen, which is the right thing to do, because this very easily could still be the final come Saturday night.
180.
Brilliant from Van Velzen.
140.
Almost as good from Parry, but he settles for 2 trebles. And Marvin van Velzen, the last start, he just
140.
did not throw properly at all.
$100.
2 fantastic young players, scoring for fun, deadly finishing.
Talking about the stats, maybe a slightly less good omen for Kurt Parry is that out of the 7 winners so far, only 2 of them
44.
have actually won Group A and then gone on to win the week. Andreas Harrison and John Henderson.
Yeah, 2 experienced campaigners who've probably
Marvin, you
learned
require
what to do with those 2 days
137.
off. I think that's going to be the biggest decision Kurt Parry's got right now. The data doing the talking.
$97. Kurt,
Good
you
lead, but
require
nothing safe with Parry
161.
on the board. Nothing safe at all. The bull.
136. Marvin, you require
Frightening.
40.
It hasn't been his best friend this week, Marvin van Velzen, but he knows these finishes have to go. When your opponent is playing like he is, and that is close, that's not for the first time he's done that. Almost like he's coming right across his body.
It was closer to treble than double. He will be disgusted by that dart.
35.
And he will also be disappointed by
require
that one.
25.
Is that because of who he's playing?
Possibly. I've never seen him miss a double by that far, especially double 10 as well. And
Game
when
shot
your
on the
opponent
third
is
leg,
doing that
Kurt
behind you, maybe it's that thought process, this has to go, and maybe just a little bit of tension came in their arms, a shake of the
Fourth
head.
leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
What he probably doesn't realise
Game
right
on.
now, this is to his benefit. This is just a little reminder, a little wake-up call that it's not always success in darts.
What this is going to do is take it right down to the last
85.
round of fixtures for that battle between himself and Jim McEwen for third place. McEwen takes on Ursland after this. And Van Velzen takes on David Mail in his last match of the day.
83.
In between those, the top two will tango, as Parry will take on Taylor.
140.
Yeah, Taylor looks really up for it today as well, but I did say on day one I may run out of superlatives. I thought it was going to be a general, but mainly just about this player, Parry.
58.
This player who once represented his country as in going all the way back to 2010 for England for Wales in the boys at the Europe Cup. He then went on to the development tour.
140.
Haven't seen him on the challenge tour this year, so he's took care of all his family. But maybe
58.
The best times are ahead for him, and this could be the catalyst for him. A little reminder to him that he can throw a mean dart.
100.
Well, can he steal this in style?
106.
2 trebles and a tops. There's one. And another. But he's over the top. That's 161 and 160 missed on the double in the last couple of legs.
Frightening again.
Game
Well, he brought a bit of something into that one, did Marvin, but it does reach the desired target, and fair play to him. He's been thrown with a bit of a barrage here.
It's Marvin to throw first.
I'm sure both Marvin Van Velzen and Scott Taylor are still going to fancy the chance of making it through to Saturday. Do they both really want to land a glove on Kurt Parry before
66.
they play him again on Saturday, potentially?
I think so. Otherwise, Kurt Parry walks in on Saturday night. You do get to a stage, funnily enough, on Friday, because we'll be talking so much about the players in Group C and Group A that you almost forget of that player who's already qualified from Group A. So I think this would just be a reminder that he's played,
100.
he's beat the players. Marvin Van Velzen was a fist pump and then realised that might fall out.
60. $135. 93. $140.
Marvin Van Velzen was involved in a game earlier where he was 3-0 up, cruising.
60.
Had match start
Marvin,
after match start
60.
and lost the game 4-3. Well, in this one, he was 3-0 down. And now he's a dart away from going one away from his opponent.
Game shot on the
It
fifth
does
leg,
exactly that.
Marvin
It's
Van
literally
Velzen.
match on right now. That will have really hurt him when he went back to the players area, losing that game from such
Sixth
a big
leg,
lead.
It's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
But the task is much difficult this time because he has to break this man's throat. And when questions are being asked,
100.
he has produced, but a big chance for Van Velzen to demonstrate his qualities.
$96. $140.
Yeah, I'm sure Kurt Parry will be determined not to allow potential rivals on Saturday to just get one up on him.
83.
One thing I will say is that
60.
some of his best starts seem to have been thrown since he actually qualified. He's relaxed, hasn't he? And his throw is one that suits relaxation.
96.
He was taking the 4-3 in his last game. Produced a fabulous last leg. You might see this as the one leg to sort of take it because it's on throat. Marvin Van Velzen, what he'd give for a maximum.
Is there plenty of them this week?
140. Kurt, you require 96. 56. Marvin, you require 86.
This game has just got really interesting. It was 3-0 to Kurt Parry. Marvin van Velzen has responded. 74 points left. Is he looking at double 17? No, he's going that double, not so sure.
56.
That's the one he should have gone for. Chance for Parry for the
Check
match.
54. Kurt, you require 40.
So it is double top for the Welshman to continue his winning streak.
No score.
That's
Marvin, you
been the
require
one
32.
slight blot on the copybook for Kurt Parry, that 3 darts in hand at double. Quite often, he hasn't taken it out. And now Van Velzen wants 2.
28.
Well, Parry comes back,
Kurt,
and
you
surely this
require
time that's
40.
it.
Yes, that was his chance, Van Velzen. You don't
Game
give that
shot
man
and
second
the match.
chances. Kurt Parry takes his darts out there. You can see from the response there from Marvin van Velzen, he knows that was a missed opportunity. That was just a little opportunity to say to himself that I'm still the man this week, and look at him. He's really beaten himself up as he walks away. Kurt Parry, cool, calm and collected, started off with that beautiful 118 finish. His throw's perfect, his results are perfect, and he is through to Saturday night. Remember, still plenty of work to do for Marvin van Velzen. He will be back. Will he be in Group B? Will he be in Group C? That is still to be answered as we move on to the final games of the day. It's Anton Osland against Jim McEwen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have just 3 fixtures left to play here on Wednesday. We're going to see Anton Osland take on Jim McEwen, Kurt Parry, the group winner, take on Group B bound Scott Taylor, and David Mayle, who's finished bottom of the table, taking on Marvin van Velzen. It is McEwen and van Velzen whose eyes were on in these last couple of matches. They are third and fourth in the table, tied on 14 points, and one of them will go through to Group B in the advantage, although we're going to talk about that, myself and Glenn Durant, whether it is an advantage or not this week. However, one of them will be in that group where 3 qualify from 5. Will it be McEwen or van Velzen? McEwen's in action first. He takes on Anton Ursland and has to win this match to keep his hopes alive of getting that podium finish. Both players will go for it, Glenn. Every dart player goes onto the stage wanting to win the match and finish as high up the table as they can. And there is also a cash incentive at the Super Series. The higher you finish, the more prize money you get in each group. But whoever does miss out, later tonight when they're reflecting and starting to look forward to tomorrow, might actually think this isn't as bad as it could have been.
I just think if you believe in your ability and you've got a 3 from 5 ratio on a night time when you
First
prefer to
leg,
play.
it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
For me, it's Group B every single time. You look at potential weaknesses, 2 debutants in that Group C, but there's a lot of unpredictable players there who can absolutely smash the boat a bit, i.e. the Scott Bakers, the Mike Huntleys. But for me, under that scenario, I would always want to play in Group B.
$58.
I found it fascinating chatting with Matthew Edgar. Not something I thought I'd ever say, by the way. When he was letting people know, he was saying this is the situation, this is the scenario. As experienced as Jim McEwen and Marvin van Velzen, who's probably in a world of his own right now. He's probably in a spin. They'll just get up there and just play their own game, and whatever position they finish, that will be
93.
Well, for van Velzen, it's winning you're in, isn't it, against David Mayle? Whatever happens here, it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to win against Mayle if McEwen is beaten in this one, but that's all he'll be
43.
focusing on. A game that he will feel he should win.
Well, he's a 1-4 favourite going into that game. He's the reigning champion against a player who's only won 1. But his mind is a bit of a mush. I watched his reaction when he lost that game, that missed opportunity there against Parry. It's not how you want to go into your next game with that mindset. But it's still very much advantage Van Velzen for that 3rd place.
100.
Double session tomorrow, remember.
98.
When the Modus Super Series gets a little bit scary. With Kurt Parry out of the way, though, Glenn, who is the player to fear, do you think, over the next couple of days?
Require 170.
Yeah, I think so. I've been intrigued to see how Jim McEwen responds. But there's a couple of players coming in, Gary Stone in particular. I've promised I'm not going to champion him this week.
130.
Excellent set to play there from McEwen.
Anton, you require 59.
Tops for a 1-0 lead. And remember, Osland is the player I said was value for money to win this week. At 16-1. He hasn't had a great Group A campaign. I expect him to do the business in Group C. But yeah, looking forward to seeing Gary Stone on the back of an excellent run at the National Championships at the ADC in Middlesbrough the weekend, where he got beat in the final to Thomas Banks.
140.
I think he's got unfinished business here at the Modus Super Series, and it's probably the toughest week he's ever been in. But it's time for him to deliver.
60. $100. $99.
It'll be a little bit of an anticlimax if Ursland does win this game. There'll be nothing at stake in the last couple of matches, although I suppose that record equalling points tally for Parry is an objective.
6.
Again, you mentioned about awareness of what to do. I don't think that's something that players would be generally aware of. Maybe of the fact that nobody's ever won 15 out of 15, but I don't think Parry will be thinking
92.
about that.
Yeah, it's the fact he's done it against the players of the calibre this week as well. It's got to go down as one of the best 28 out of 30 points, because I was way away from expecting that. I thought we were going to be going into these last games where it was everything to play for. I still think that penultimate game of the day, the next one, Kurt Parry, Scott Taylor.
134. Jimmy require 96.
That could be a real beauty.
Well, that dart's not a beauty from McEwen. It means he doesn't need a treble still.
88.
Urslan will get the chance
Antonio
to double his
require
advantage.
116.
Double top.
96. Jimmy require 8. Game shot on his second leg, Jim McEwen.
All square. McEwen still fighting.
Third leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, one of his key strengths. I used to hate the word scrapper,
140.
grinder, fighter. But that's exactly a lot of the reasons why he's had the success he's had.
121.
It's a real tidy game, this one.
$139.
Just shy of the 100 average is Osland at the moment, which is another indicator of how much he's improved. The quality's there with Anton.
96.
Just want to see it more. I think he'll come in with a bounce in his step tomorrow.
98.
Well, that'll take the bounce out of his
20.
step.
Antonio require 124.
Yeah, we call that the Jordan Matthews at home now.
Well, he had 60 points after dart 1 and 20 after dart 3. Despite hitting 2 trebles.
56.
It'll do nothing for the mood of Jim McEwen.
42. Antonio require 68.
For a 2-1 lead. Time on his side. Big 16 for tops.
48.
Well, Jim McEwen really should be on a finish here. Probably should be on 102.
$73. Antonio required
Been
20.
decent on double 10, Ursland at the back end of today. Well, he's lucky with that bounce out. He was in the double 15.
No score. Jimmy require 149.
After those couple of bounce outs, still got an outside opportunity. This game's testing the patience of Jim McEwen at the moment.
121. Antonio required 20. Game shot on the third
That'll hurt
leg.
even more because
Anton
just as he got to a double, Urslan managed to land his.
Yeah, Jim was involved in
Fourth
that
flag,
bizarre
it's Jim
game
to the
early
first.
doors today.
Game on.
He was 3-0 down against Marvin van Velzen. You could say it was an unbelievable comeback from Jim McEwen, but the amount of match darts, 9 I think it was in total, that Marvin had. A really topsy-turvy Group A campaign for Chucky.
$100. $140.
apart from the obvious advantage of Group
96.
B, Glenn, with the improved chance of qualification, 3 from 5 rather than 2 from 6. I mean, you're pretty much twice as likely to get through based on just pure maths.
100.
But how much of an advantage is it for most dart players to be playing in an evening session after 3 grueling days in Group A?
Well, these players get into the venue
41. Jim, you require
around about 7:30 on the morning, meaning they're probably having a shower so early as Jim McEwen looks at this 161. So just the fact that you've got them extra hours and playing at a time which you're used to playing your Super League darts, your ADC darts, I think it has a massive difference. But I will go back to that statement someone once said, if you really truly believe you hate to win, then surely a 3 from 5 on a night ratio you should be getting through, no matter who your opponents are.
60.
Well, choices here for McEwen.
58.
Opts to go straight for it, and it proved to be the right play. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 2 wins out of his 4 games today. Just sort of confirms that topsy-turvy, up and down week he's having so far, Jim.
26. $96.
It was the final game for the pair of them on Monday. In fact, it was the last game of the day. Jim McEwen was outstanding. It was a 4-0 victory, average just over 100. And we said on Tuesday morning, is anyone going to stop Parry?
100.
And the answer was pretty unanimous in the sense that the understanding, the experience, the nous, the fighting quality of Jim McEwen would give him a real chance, but just hasn't happened since. And you can just see with those 3 darts there, he's fighting with every dart. You can see him looking around. It's so unlike Jim McEwen.
46.
Just wonder if there is, I think you referenced it earlier today, a little bit of an ache or a pain. Just every now and again doesn't really follow through to full effect, and I've seen him feel his shoulder a couple of times.
Yeah, you're almost anticipating the pain. I only saw it the once, and it was a practice dart, and he started sort of rubbing his arm. I don't think he's old school. He won't use any complaints, any excuses.
$99.
Well, he gets that
Antonio
right, and that's important for McEwen, because a
141.
few times today's left bogeys in those kind of situations.
83. Jimmy require 160.
I like that set-up play. Well, I like this 160.
$60. Antonio require 58.
Double 10. Ursland
Shot of fifth leg,
regains the
Anton
lead in
Ursland.
this yo-yo match.
Yes, this could be a... It's looking like it's going to be a
Sixth
game in
leg,
the
it's
Group
Jim
C
to throw
campaign,
first.
so it's one to get
Game on.
advantage. He really did do a number on Anton on Monday. And it was the opening game yesterday, which
59.
Jim McEwen won that game. So it's 2-0 in the head-to-head. So this confirms the improvement from Anton Ursland today. He'll want to go into that match with Jim McEwen tomorrow with this
59.
victory under his belt.
$100. $100.
Parry Taylor still to come. I just think that one will provide a gear change from this match. It's not been an explosive encounter, has it?
100.
Pedestrian.
$57.
Just has had 4-3 written all over it since the first dart was thrown, seemingly.
134.
And those two treble 19s means that is the likely outcome now. Anton would have the dart in the last leg.
95.
So he'll still be feeling
Jimmy
good about
require
himself.
108.
Well, they'll go the 18s route we saw him employ earlier. Wanted one in every segment.
84.
Yeah, cracking last start. The fact that he's virtually covering that treble 80 in bed with a treble 4. But there will be pressure coming back on the double 12.
170.
Outstanding
Jimmy
from Osland, but
24.
is it a little too late? Double 12.
Game shot on his 6th leg, Jim McEwen.
3-3. Goes the distance every leg with throw
7th
so
and
far.
final leg. It's Anton
Big
to
leg
throw
of darts
first.
this for Jim McEwen.
Him
It
up.
will determine his destiny for now. He wins it, he moves into 3rd place in the table and hopes that David Mayle can defeat Marvin
83.
van Velzen. If he loses it, then Van Velzen will be in Group B and Jim McEwen will join his opponent here in Group C.
96.
Yeah, we felt there'd be nothing to separate them.
58.
Prove the case. I'm just wondering, going back to those 2 previous days with Jim getting over the line in them games, could that be the deciding factor? That's not going to help, though, that first start.
26.
Got the full reaction there from Chucky. I felt a bit yucky after those.
$60. $57.
Chance for the Swede. Chance taken.
140.
Superb dart. He becomes a big favourite now.
$140.
Well,
That's
is
all you
there
require.
a
106.
fine finish? The game's just followed the pattern, hasn't it? The player throwing first on a finish first and going on to hold the throw, and it looks like it's going to end that way, meaning it will end in disappointment for Jim McEwen in a Group C spot alongside Ursland and Mayle.
96.
Yeah, strange
Anthony
decision to go the
requires
16 through for
64.
Osland there. Means he's only guaranteeing himself at least a dart, but that treble 16 has given the 2 desired darts, and he gets there in the end. It was a tight match. There was nothing to separate them. Big smiles there from Jim McEwen, because that's the gentleman that he is. But Jim McEwen will be in Group C tomorrow, and Anton Ursland will be joining him there. But it's been a much better day for the Swede. He leaves with a smile on his face, and why not? The average was around about the mid-80s throughout there. Jim McEwen, the scoring power, just let him down when he needed. It was good on the outer ring. More to come from Jim McEwen, but Anton Ursland, he takes the spoils, and we now know. But it's the penultimate game of the day. This one could be an absolute cracker. Stay with us. It's Kurt Parry against Scott Taylor.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? He's on a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we have a clash of tungsten titans on the Super Series stage here. The two best players in Group A go head-to-head, throw for throw, blow for blow in their final match of the campaign, and it will be a match that determines whether or not Kurt Parry is going to be a record equaler. Nobody has ever done
First
15
leg,
out of
it's
15
Kurt
in
to
this
throw
group, but
first.
there have been a handful
Game
of
on.
players to do 14 out of 15.
43.
And Parry could join that roll of honour, which currently features David Evans, Wesley Plazier, Shane McGurk, Alex Spellman and Scott Mitchell, if he gets the job done in this one.
91.
Yeah, I get the sense that these two will have got on with each other well.
96.
And look at the difference in the pace in this game. I think they'll both enjoy that as well. Does it mean anything to them? Well, look at the face of Scott Taylor there. He
41.
wants to do a number on Kurt Parry.
$58. $100.
We get the sense it could be a brilliant game, this. Just hope that there isn't a flat feeling now that both players know the
140.
destination for their darting journeys this week. We'll find out what Kurt Parry's plans are. We're going to chat to him at the end of the show.
99. Kurt, you require
It's
164.
been so straightforward for Kurt in this battle so far.
96. Scott, you
4-1
require
and a 4-0 victory, including
170.
101 average over Scott Taylor, who's had a 170 early, and cheekily stuck his tongue out as well.
70.
Parry had one
Kurt,
himself
you
earlier in the
require
group, didn't he?
68.
Yes, the battle of the 170s. This is where he's been good.
Game shot on
And
the
usually
first
at the
leg,
beginning
Kurt
of matches as well. That's another theme I've sort of picked up from Kurt Parry. Not the fact that at the end of it he's playing really poorly,
Second leg,
but
it's
when he's
Scott
one
to
of them
throw
types of
first.
finishes, when
Game on.
he's taken control of games very, very early.
49.
Yeah, the combination finishing again has been sublime. We've noted the only real flaw in his play this week has been
140.
3 darts at a double when he's tended to miss. in that mid-range 60 plus. He's been excellent.
140. 58.
An okay start from both. Waiting for those afterburners to go on.
121.
Understand why he went that way. Would have left him on a finish, but with his opponent on
57.
303, I guess there was a consideration to stay for the 180, but still advantage Taylor.
40. 60. Scott, you require 151. 69. 138.
Brings him really back into this leg.
Scott, you
Leg that
require
Scott Taylor
82.
dominated for the majority.
And you know what? 48, I think, is a perfect finish for Parry.
He does go his own route. Of course, it would have left the double 40.
62. Kurt, you require 48.
This is why. Combination, all in the same section.
32.
I was better at predicting the 170
Scott, you
the other
require
day.
20.
He let you down there, didn't he?
Yeah, I've always
Shot on
thought
the
he's
second
been
leg,
poor
Scott
this week,
Taylor.
Kurt. All square.
Third leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
As Taylor leaves the stage briefly. He has been upstaged in this group.
140.
Kurt Parry has been by far the premier player.
91.
If I remember rightly, Taylor was the favourite to win the group before a dart was thrown.
100.
That was also before he sort of spoke to us about the fact he literally is not picking a dart up at the moment. He honestly, genuinely didn't know how he was going to play this week, which I found
85.
fascinating in preparation of a huge tournament at the Modus Super Series, and now he's a genuine contender for the 25 grand prize.
140.
And the fact that he's hardly practicing was a surprise to me, but I think he's demonstrated a lot of qualities. Maybe a dart behind where he wants to be.
140. Kurt, you
And it's
require
Kurt Parry down to a
121.
finish in this one.
Well, it's gone wrong twice there.
45.
He might just go for the 13 here and leave a 170.
15. Kurt, you require 76.
You've done this before. Will he get a chance? Definitely
shot on the
not.
third
Not the way
leg.
Kurt
Kurt
Parry
Parry.
is playing. Hasn't need to be at the spectacular best in this one. Yeah, that's an indication
leg,
to me
it's
that
Scott to
they've
throw
become
first.
good friends this week.
Game
They're
on.
similar personalities. When you spend an awful lot of time, there's the first real smile on the face of Scott Taylor.
127.
I think he was going for the perfect. No, he was
Let's go for the
wanted
170, yeah. Prove he would have taken it out.
100.
I don't think Kurt Parry's getting too involved, is he?
I like that too.
97.
He still feels he's got a job to do, despite the fact that he's been home and hosed for a couple of hours now.
100. 100.
Yeah, he's at an incredible amount of 180s this week, Kurt Parry, but he didn't hit one in his previous game. We're yet to see a 180 in this match so far.
137. 165. Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth
we
flag.
felt it was going to be a
Scott
good
Taylor.
game. It's 2-2. I still think the fireworks are still to come in this one. Maybe just a little bit of shadow
Fifth flag
boxing in
is
their
Kurt to
first
throw
4 legs.
first. Game on.
Let's see a bit of magic, lads.
58.
One more game to come after Mail versus Van Velzen.
140.
Mail, actually in his last game yesterday, missed match starts against Kurt Parry.
140.
Yeah, surprisingly, still no 180s in this game. I thought we'd have seen a sackload.
140.
Big scoring though. Two of the real protagonists this week. Just double checking his scoring there. Of course, he was going for the 19s because 7 of them would have left to finish.
101. $81.
Yeah, he just had a bit of a moment there, did Scott. I think he realised the importance of those 3 darts. The first one didn't help though.
140.
Good leg.
Scott, you require 140.
140 on offer for Taylor to break. Not going to happen. Will try his best to leave a double.
55.
That one
Kurt,
just
you
drifts.
require
So
62.
Parry still in pole position.
Game shot on the fifth flag. Kurt Parry.
He's just so good at that type of finish, isn't he? We've talked about maybe an issue when he's got
Sixth
3
flag.
darts in his
Scott
hand.
to throw first. Game on.
And I've said he doesn't look like his spectacular best. And when you turn round and when he finds out he's averaging 94,
97.
I think he feels like he's averaging mid-80s right now. So it's a real good indicator. Lots of positives. He should be very optimistic going into Saturday night. I've
58.
thoroughly enjoyed watching him play this week.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him again on Saturday. He is the first through to finals night. Half a dozen of
58.
the 12-player field will make it.
100.
Could well be looking at another match between these 2 players this week.
Yeah. I was a little bit fearful for Scott Taylor around about game 2 yesterday. But since then, only the brilliance of Kurt Parry
134.
has stopped Scott Taylor being the headline act.
60. Scott, you require 51. Game shot on the sixth flag. Scott Taylor.
All square.
Yes, he threw them darts quicker than Ricky Evans at time.
7 from final
14
leg.
darter.
It's Kurt to throw first.
Felt it was going to be
Game on.
tight. Kurt Parry has the darts. Can he join that list of players on 28 points in a Group A campaign?
100.
You always feel like 1 treble is the bare minimum when you've got the darts in a last leg decider. Make your opponent hit the treble. He does. 3-3, 4-0-1 apiece.
91.
There's that 1 treble again. Make your opponent. Make your opponent until he makes a mistake. Is that
41.
the mistake?
$100. 140. 60.
Is Kurt Parry the type of player that would look at 3 bulls here to seal his campaign in the
100.
most
Kurt, you
sensational
require
style?
150.
I hope not. I think he wants the 28 points. I really do.
I'll tell you what, if Scott
94.
Taylor goes low with the
Scott,
first
you
start, he could look at 2
require
bulls.
120.
Oh, never mind 2 bulls. What about 3 tops? No danger of going
80.
low.
Kurt, you require 56.
Kurt's been the ultimate professional. Didn't even acknowledge that attempt there from Scott Taylor. Maybe he should have.
He's effectively burning a dart now. He has got the opportunity now of going for his double 16.
24.
That will hurt
Scott,
him. Chance for
40.
Taylor.
Can Taylor land a blow on Kurt Parry to end what's been a brilliant
Game shot.
campaign
And the
with a
match.
defeat?
Scott Taylor.
He can. Taylor takes it. Good camaraderie between the pair in the end. It doesn't harm Parry in terms of qualification. He wrapped that up a long time ago, but he doesn't join that club of record makers here in Group A. He ends on 26 points as Taylor takes his own tally to 20 with a 4-3 win over a man he may yet meet on Saturday. How significant could that result be if they do battle again on the big stage at finals night? Parry we won't see until then on the Super Series stage. Taylor back in Group B tomorrow. And one more match coming up today. David Mayle taking on Marvin van Velzen.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's the final game of Group A with everything wrapped up. And we nearly had a equal record-breaking performance from Kurt Parry. He nearly joined an incredible list of names on 28 points out of the 30, but just fell short in his previous game. Lots of smiles from Scott Taylor in that game. It was real business from Kurt Parry, but he just failed to get over the line in that one. And fair play to Scott Taylor in normal circumstances.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game
We'd
on.
be talking about him qualifying for Saturday night, but Scott Taylor, he must be delighted the way he's qualified in second place. He'll be in Group B, and he will be joined by this man in your
81.
picture, Marvin van Velzen. Hasn't been at his sparkling best this week, but we have a real feel that there's still plenty to come from the Dutchman, our reigning champion.
140.
A little bit like the game before where Scott Taylor just got that little confidence boost. One to take into Group B, but also one up on Kurt Parry. You just feel winning this match is going to give someone a spring in this strap, don't you?
140.
David Mayle wins it. All of the 13 defeats are kind of forgotten
140.
because of exactly what you just said. He'd be beating the man who won the entire series last time around.
43.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about David Mayle, but there's a lot of work, technically, in my opinion, mentally, stage presence. But you get that with experience, and
6.
I would say to him, you never learn, you lose. Sorry, you never lose, you learn, and he's got to go back and self-analyse, just maybe reflect on what he can do better, because he'll be expected to win a lot more games in the group, so there'll be a lot more 50-50 games.
David, you require 161.
He was just in a group where he's been left these types of finishes.
137.
Will he be
Marvin,
back?
You require 78.
Well, having to manoeuvre his way across the hockey to
Game shot on the first
find
leg,
a route to
Marvin
that
Van
double,
Velzen.
and what a dart he's just produced. And he's been good at that. Whenever he's had to adjust, more often than not, he seems to have found the
Second leg is
targets.
Marvin to throw first. Game on.
It really was a step to the left.
I'll be hoping to go into a time warp and win
135.
another Champions Week, Marvin Van Velzen. But to get there, he's going to have to get through what is a really difficult Group B and then navigate his way
48.
past another finals night.
Yeah, I was chatting with Henry Deacon yesterday. I mean, 12
108.
very, very good players this week. 10 players, 2 debutants, and we knew there was going to be 1 or 2 big players who was going to be left disappointed by not even qualifying for Saturday night.
93.
Well, Parry was one of those players where it wasn't in either group. He's through. Still plenty of work to do for the likes of Scott Taylor, Marvin Van Velzen. Scott
58.
Taylor's finished on a bit of a high. And that's what Marvin Van Velzen wanted to do. He'll want to go into tomorrow night with a real statement average here.
58. Marvin, you require 128.
Well, he's kept it sensible.
Well, if I've got my maths right, it's 54 points left.
88. 58. Marvin, you require 40.
In rapid time for a 2-leg lead.
Not going to go for it.
No score.
The success of Marvin Van Velzen was that tops 10s combination finishes. If tops didn't work, which rarely did it not, he had double 10.
174.
Wonderful set of
Marvin,
play
you
there from
require
David.
40.
It was good, sensible decision from Marvin to bust the score. Or was it?
Game shot
It
on the
was.
second leg. Marvin Van Velzen.
And I'll tell you something else. He could have been lured in after that brilliant opening leg.
Third leg.
at
It's
getting
David
the big
to throw
average,
first.
couldn't he?
Game on.
He could have gone for the 128 on the treble 18s to try and take it out when his opponent wasn't on a finish. He could have gone for the double 5 to try and wrap up that
58.
leg. Instead, he was sensible in both shots.
$43. 60. 93. 85.
Yeah, it'd be nice to chat with David to see what positives, if any, that he's taken from this week. I would say to him the fact he's got 15 matches under his belt on that stage.
57.
He's far from disgraced himself. He's had opportunities. He's had a couple of games that he's lost 4-3 as well.
135.
He knows he can do that. He demonstrated that in a lot of the vaults he's playing out in the ADC. We've talked about how tough his qualification was, the likes of Thomas Banks he beat. But when you get on that
77.
losing run, that losing, it's difficult. It's really difficult. And coming back tomorrow on 0 points could be his big help.
96. $89. David, you require 67.
Another. Oh, looking at the wrong score.
59. Marvin,
Well,
you require
maybe it's just a delay. Come on,
142.
Marvin, go the 17 through. Get me out of it.
We could edit this for you, Chris. Treble 17 will be the shot.
Another.
Edit it.
Well, Mail just trying to spoil the Van Velzen
David, you
victory party
require
here.
8. Game shot on the third leg. David Mail.
So now that lapse of concentration was quite bad of me because I've looked at the two scores there, Glenn,
Fourth leg.
and just
It's Marvin to
assumed
throw
that
first.
Mail would be behind
Game
in the
on.
leg.
Yeah, that assumption is based on the fact that he has been outscored this week.
140.
But also when he's had chances, he's round about 20% on the doubles yesterday. So he's giving himself opportunities. And it gets to a stage where he wasn't getting as many as the other players. You can put it down to that, but he needs to find that killer instinct as well. But he's work in progress. He's got other priorities in his life, as we've mentioned this week.
125.
Just recently become a dad.
$96.
His family will be on the phone tonight, willing him on. Group C. There's some winnable games there for him. Another debutant, so looking forward to
140.
seeing Luke play.
Another good leg of darts this from Van Velzen. 2 treble visits.
43.
To leave
Marvin,
himself
you
on a
require
2-darter after
96.
9.
$56.
That's a shot he's done quite a lot this week as well. He's gone for the double 18, but hasn't really gone for it.
108.
Mail out of nowhere, though.
Marvin, you require
Back
40.
in the leg. If Van Velzen can't find tops, which he
Game shot on
can,
the fourth leg. Marvin Van Velzen.
and that probably means he's not in the match.
Fifth leg. It's David to throw first. Game on. $59.
What's left in the tank for Marvin? Averaging just over 91 at the moment.
47. $100.
He looks relaxed as David. We've talked an awful lot about this drift that he has into the lesser numbers at the side of the 5s and the 1s, which I'm probably going to put the mockers on it now. But in this
35.
match, has been a lot straighter. This will go plumb 5 now, told you.
42.
Good at doing that, aren't I, Chris?
Very good. This is very good.
140. $95.
He's fighting. But from the moment the pair of them stepped on the hook, it was more about what Marvin Van Velzen was going to do in this game.
134.
He knows he's the better player. It's up to David to try and find solutions to the problems. Has to find the trebles. Trebleless
Marvin, you
visit
require
there.
145.
Van Velzen is on the home stretch.
Good recovery.
67. David, you require 145.
Took his time to adapt. And Mail has to do something similar.
$27. Marvin, you require
So to
78.
finish off on a high. 20. And tops. And again he adjusts. And once
Game
again,
shot
after
on the match,
adjusting,
Marvin van
he
Velzen.
lands a target perfectly. A 4-1 win for Marvin van Velzen, and the reigning and defending champion puts himself in Group B. A lot of noise around Marvin van Velzen when he returned to the Modus Super Series stage, and he's hoping to get through to finals night. He'll try over 2 nights after a 4-1 win over David Mail. He's heading to Group C with Anton Ursland and Jim McHugh, Van Velzen will join Scott Taylor in Group B. But the winner of Group A has been an irresistible Kurt Parry, who we're going to catch up with at the other side of this. So 15 fixtures complete here on Wednesday at the Modus Super Series, in Group A has been won by Kurt Parry. He did that in the middle of the day. That victory over Anton Ursland followed a defeat to Scott Taylor in the previous match that saw Parry go through. Van Velzen beating Taylor in that one. We had a real run of breaks of throw, and then things started to restore order a little bit. Anton Ursland winning his last couple of games. Kurt beating Marvin van Velzen, who does go into Group B with Scott Taylor, who just edged past Kurt in that final game. But it wasn't enough to stop Kurt Parry winning by a margin in this group. 26 points from his 15 matches. Taylor and van Velzen in Group B, McEwen, Ursland and Mail in Group C. And I'm delighted to say that Kurt has joined us for a little chat. Kurt, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel in general about how it's gone?
Yes, you can only be happy with winning, really. So, yeah, in that respect, I feel good. Don't feel like I've played fantastic in patches, but, yeah, you take the win.
No one's ever gone through this group without losing a game. In fact, only 5 players have ever only lost 1 game. So it's pretty good going to pick up 26 points, isn't it?
Yeah, especially with the quality that was there as well. 3 past champions. I wasn't expecting too much, but I was up for it when I heard that they were all in the group. So yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of things from me. I mean, I have this terrible obsession with throws right now. It's Rolls Royce. It's the best throw I've ever seen at the Modus Super Series.
Thank you.
Is the biggest compliment I can give you. And listen, I'm a player who didn't win a tournament until my mid-40s. So I've been saying a lot on commentary this week that I believe your best years are ahead. You have got to find a direction in your life where you're going to give yourself an opportunity, i.e. Q School, win the Modus Super Series, because darts like you're throwing like this beautiful double 16 to follow. It's just silky smooth, the accuracy, the precision. You've got absolutely everything. I've been mightily impressed.
Thank you.
You said it to his face now, because you have been saying that through comms. And you said you didn't expect to dominate this group. Glenn, you didn't expect anybody to dominate this group, did you?
No, I didn't. I said 20 points would win it. And not because Kurt sat here, I'm not going to say I said he was going to win it from day one. He was the one person I disregarded. I knew he had this phenomenal throw. I looked at all his stats. I was like, where's he been? He hasn't played Challenge Tour since 2023. Just grabbed a couple of words with him before a dart was thrown on Monday. Delighted to hear he's going to Q School. He's got a young family, 13 and 7. And what I've witnessed this week is something special. And, we're keen to find out what he's going to do over the next 2 days. And the fact that Saturday night's a brand new competition, but he's the one. He should be walking. He should be the alpha male on Saturday night. He should be walking in that big and tall. He's got all the attributes. It's over to him come Saturday night.
A few alpha males in that practice room. There's a bit of bravado from Scott Taylor in your last match. All good fun between you two?
Yeah, it's all good. It's been like the last 3 days. It's actually been good in the back room. It's been good banter, and it's gone a bit quicker, actually. Yeah, when I turned around and seen that, I thought, but I expected it a little, because Scott's class as well, so I expected it to be a tough game. I was hoping I would have won. But
yeah, we knew that Marvin bounces around in that back room. We thought he could play. We know Scott Taylor wouldn't accept that. And I could assume Anton's a little bit quiet, and David on debut.
They got involved, though. Yeah, they did get involved. And Jim as well. Yeah, it was good. It was good in the back.
What's the difference been for you this week, do you think?
I think I actually practiced last week. I think that was part of it. I don't tend to practice a great deal. Just play on a Friday and that's it, and turn up when I turn up. But I need to start taking it a bit more serious now. There's no point putting all this time in and not, like, travelling and everything, and then not actually putting the effort in at home.
Does that now inform what you'll do the next couple of days as well? Having just said you practiced and you've had 3 days of playing, do you need to keep that sort of arm
I think
move?
so. I think it's good. It doesn't have to be for long, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours tomorrow and Friday, but just to keep the arm going and try and keep everything as loose as I can.
Talent is 50%, Chris. He has to look at himself with application and dedication. Like I said, people have got the families and etc. I accept all that. But with the talent that he's got, if he can really give it a go for 6 months, 12 months, and see if he gets the best out of himself there. But you've got to dedicate. You've got to practice smart. But he's got all the tools of the trade. And like I say, I've had a smile on my face because I've been so impressed.
Yeah, it made me look good as well. I predicted a 170 of yours on Monday, so that was
Good.
nice. Let's just show you the breakdown for this week then. Kurt Parry, the first player through to Saturday. Group B, Gary Stone, Shane Hayward and Mark Durbridge, joined by Scott Taylor and Marvin Van Velzen, 2 former champions. As mentioned, Mike Huntley, Scott Baker, Luke Smith, Jim McEwen, Anton Earthland and David Mayle in Group C. Looking at that, Kurt, you'll be relieved to have got a couple of days off.
Definitely, yeah. They're both tough groups. It's going to be hard to call who's going to come out of them, I think.
Well, fortunately, I'm not going to ask you to, but I am going to ask him to. Who are you expecting to see on that stage with Kurt on Saturday night?
Yeah, I think that Group B's banging, but I've been delighted to see Scott Taylor, a guy who's not practiced at all, didn't have a clue where his game was at. I think he's demonstrated enough to me. There's just something nagging in the back of my mind there that Marvin Van Velzen, there's still the best is to come. He's a reigning champion for a reason. And look, I'm the biggest fan in the world of Gary Stone. I've championed him for the past decade. It's time for him to stand up. So they'd be the 3 from me. I think Group C is extremely winnable. If Jim McEwen can just find a bit better rhythm, sort his consistency out. And I sat here on Monday morning and said Anton Östlund is the player who's value for money. So maybe it could be a real Group A back together come Saturday night.
We had a little chat actually off air before it started today, and I sort of said to you, do you know what you're going to do if you get through? You said, I'm not thinking about that yet. Have you had any little thoughts now? Are you staying, going?
I think I might go home, because it's nice, only about 3.5 hours in the car, and spend a bit of time back at home, bit of normality, because I think I'll drive myself nuts just staying in the hotel room. So yeah, I think I'm going to go back and have practice on my board.
And does that mean that you might bring some people back with you this way?
Yeah, I think there's a couple already. I've got tickets. There's a good couple. I've seen 1 or 2 more are coming up possibly as well. So yeah, hopefully it'll be the other Welsh boys will get through, and there'll be a good Welsh contingent up here then.
There we go. Well, congratulations. We'll see you on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Glenn, we'll see you tomorrow. We hope to see you tomorrow as well when the Modus Super Series becomes the Modus Spooky series and all of the rest of the players, well, they'll curse Parry after the last 3 days. He has sent a message out to the rest of the players this week.
How much of this does Kurt Parry get? It's down to the double. And it's there.
Shot and the match. Kurt Parry.
Very quick and very good. That's the department. When he gets it right, my word, it's good to watch.
This is awkward. Wow, what a dart that is.
Double 16. Well, there you go. That really is quite spectacular.